Index.
No, I have 19.
Welcome to It's a Long Story. Why do I still hear sound going? Apologies, that was gross. Hello, everybody. Welcome to It's a Long Story, a thrice weekly campaign set in the beautiful, wonderful world of Imea. We are here with our lovely folks, the Unearthed Arcanum, apparently with Gutter, as I forgot to switch him over. Are you guys still hearing the music from the other one? No, just me? Cool. Love that. Weird. We'll figure that out in a second. Cool. Well, before we get into too much stuff for tonight. Oh, I know why. I'm a dummy. Never mind. There we go. New computer, folks. Sorry about that. So before we get too much into our... Actually, sorry. I'm so out of sorts, gang. Wow. Here we go. Now we're here with the Unearthed Arcanum. Everybody take a look, wave at the camera, and say hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hola.
High fives, Faye.
Hi. Dealing with some technical difficulties, but hopefully we'll get that figured out as we move along. As we are doing that, let's go ahead and just jump in. Before we get into what is happening tonight, which I'm very, very excited about. I've been building a lot of stuff into this, so we'll see what works and what doesn't. But before we get too far into that, let's go ahead and talk about some things that are coming up. So for those of you who are not familiar with our show, welcome. This is a campaign that is actually split into 3 different campaigns that are running in the same world at the same time. That brings in some fun little shenanigans where people, I know I'm getting there. Fun little shenanigans of, thank you for your help, guys. Thank you, guys. Of our characters kind of intermingling into different parties and kind of moving in and out. And it becomes really crazy and complicated. And we said, what better way to handle that complication than to add a 4th campaign? So we are doing that as of November 27th in 10 days. Holy cow. In 10 days, we are starting campaign 4. It is known as Tales of Imea, the Isles. We move into an area south of South Imea, a collection of, I guess I can't say small or large, some medium-sized islands that all have their own sort of piece of paradise, so to speak, more of like a tropical setting. We have some interesting sort of ship v ship combat in store, but the most important thing is that we need you. Yes, you, the viewer, right now, where you're sitting. We need players. We have 3 right now. We need 3 more. So if you're interested in joining the family and jumping into the craziness that is us, please feel free to check out, if you're looking at YouTube, it's in the video description. But I will also be putting it in the private chat if you're watching this from YouTube or Twitch. So I'll be putting that in a second. That will take place on Mondays. So we'll be adding another crew to the adventures of Imea. All right. On top of that, we also have our Shadows of the North Shore, our kind of take on the Candela Obscura. Kiki, I forgot to tell you, we actually do have someone else who has signed up. So we actually have another person who is here for Thursdays. I think it's the person that's checkmate in Discord. We'll find out. I don't know. He hasn't responded yet, but so we need one more and we're ready to go. So for everyone else who's trying to catch up right now, we ran our own version of Candela Obscura a few months back, which is we called Shadows of the North Shore. Very similar to the Candela Obscura sort of style, same dice system. For those who are not familiar, that is Critical Role has been jumping into their 3rd sort of mini campaign on that. But we pushed this into a kind of like a historical sort of realm, as we are now into, we are putting it in the year of 1901 in North Shore, Massachusetts. A few hundred years after something interesting happened there. And honestly, a lot of interesting things have happened there. But hint. So if you're interested in jumping in and playing into a cosmic horror style game that has a lot of introspective sort of fun and games and just stuff that I'm just going to be positively trying to break your character down piece by piece, please join us for the ones that are actually here. A couple of them, if you guys want to check those out, that mini campaign that we made for Shadows is now up on YouTube, ready to go and watch. So we have a couple people who have joined us in that.
So good, highly recommended.
Yeah,
Incredible. And I'm in this one, so come play with me.
there you go. With Kiki. Excuse me. So we have that. Let me put that down on our thing here. How's the music for you guys? Is it really low? Kind of sounds a little low to me.
But yeah, maybe it's particularly low.
Okay, cool.
Now I can hear it.
Awesome. Cool. All right. And then last but not least, during the beginnings of Halloween, October 1st, we started pushing our Halloween style mini campaign, which is actually running straight through the modules of a brand new D&D supplement that is just kind of wrapping up its Kickstarter. And this is the sort of Steinhardt's Guide to the Eldritch Hunt. So for those of you who are a fan of Bloodborne, Dark Souls, or really into like the gothic horror type of stuff, a little bit of blood and gore and monsters killing monsters. It's a really cool game that we're running on Saturdays and Sundays. It is a drop-in, drop-out campaign, so it means you can hang out and play for one session. You could play for several sessions. You could play for 4 sessions, skip 2, and then come back. We'll be running through that up until December. We do have Evan, who has been playing pretty consistently on Saturdays. Evan, can you give us your sort of version on what you think, on how you think it is? You can say it sucks if you want to. You did die.
I died.
That's true.
It was awesome. I that that's kind of like encompasses part of it. It's difficult, which is something I love. It's a little bit crunchier, and you have a ton of really cool abilities. There's the resource itself has so many cool subclasses, and has its own new class, Jaeger class, tons of items, a madness system, the whole city. It's really cool, and especially if you like Dark Souls or Bloodborne, you'll feel right at home with all that lore and that kind of style of it. And then the campaign itself has been awesome. We just finished first arc, and I'm excited to start the next one with a new character.
Awesome. Very cool. Wow. All right. Interesting. So if you want to check that out, also for everybody who's playing, your first session is free, which means there's no reason not to play unless you never played D&D before. I would say this is not the first game you want to run into. It's going to spoil the rest of D&D for you forever and ever and ever. But maybe, I don't know. But yeah, other than that, it's a first free session. So come on out, hang out, say hi, and go ahead and kill some monsters and play through some really interesting custom subclasses, feats, spells, and just feel like a crazy powerful son of a gun. So that is, I believe, all the announcements that we have. If you're interested in sticking with us, obviously, the subscribe button wherever it is on the page would help us out a ton. It would help you to be able to see more of these videos. But also we'll have our link tree for all our social media stuff to be able to follow us there. I'm going to put that in the private chat as well. All right. I think that is all the announcements, I believe. So before we jump into tonight, we wanted a little bit of a recap of where we left off. So Evan, please take it away.
I sure will. So if you haven't been with us before, we're less than merry band of adventurers who are trying to save Siobhan's daughter, Maeve, who's been kidnapped and taken to the Feywild somewhere. We're crash landed on an island right now. So last session, I gave a cool speech trying to bring the group together at the bonfire. Described the party as Hammerscale, which coincidentally is a sweet name for an adventuring group. The speech had mixed results, but overall, I think it helped get some stuff out in the open and got people talking. Alistair tried to get information from Mask, Siobhan's god, though largely he kind of got some confusing or mixed information and a warning, I think. And then Siobhan took the mask, the item that allows her to scry on other people, and decided to scry on her ex, Hadrian.
What a way to put that.
It's not a accurate statement.
I mean,
like on
your
Facebook,
ex,
and
you've been married too, so wow.
It was like Facebook.
It was just like Facebook.
So yeah, she saw a little bit of Dare's Wharf, and also kind of how people were reacting to Hadrian, and saw some familiar faces around him, and got kind of an idea of what's going on there. Siobhan woke with Gwen looking after her, and gave Gwen a warning to kind of check her around her former paramour. Then we took the inheritance of Gutter and loaded it up on a sled along with food and whatever else we might need, and we dragged it back to the ship. At the ship, Siobhan performed a coming-of-age ceremony for Yori involving learning Thieves' Camp, gaining him a +4 to all checks for 24 hours, well, plus D4 to all checks for 24 hours, ability checks. And then the gang gathered up and finally headed out to the cave and ruins, which look absolutely amazing. Unfortunately, the entrance also seems to be occupied by a family of rancor-like dinosaurs, and the group is poised for action, including Gutter, who Yori thinks is signaling him on to battle.
Awesome, cool. Does that end? Anything else we missed, gang? Also, Dan, I need your initiative.
Yes.
Just Dan. Just Dan. I got the rest of you.
Yeah. The initiative is 19, Joe. I'm just going to say it
You
up top.
got it. Awesome. I had a feeling it would be. Okay, cool. So jumping right into our fun here. This is where we would say everybody roll initiative, but everybody already has. So let's get into it. For our folks at home, this is the scene that we are now settled into. Our heroes do seem to have the drop on these guys, as they were able to just barely squeak by in a successful stealth check. But we see 3 of these nasty-looking dinosaur-like creatures. They got big legs. They're half their body is their mouth, and they got tiny little arms. Yeah. I say let's just jump right into it, gang. Nalani, you're first up. What are you doing?
Nalani would like to raise his bow and train it squarely on the smallest dinosaur, and then he will focus extremely hard, and he will cast Pass Without a Trace on the group and take all of his movement to which is 35 to get hopefully I can get behind this like palm tree, other scraggly tree, like off above where your head is right now.
Like right there?
Yeah. If I can
Okay.
I think I can get that far.
Got it. I love that. Cool. Pass Without Trace is an action, correct?
Yep.
All right. So the goal is to get to this tree?
Behind this tree, so the tree's in between the dinosaurs and myself, like hidden.
There's a lot. So we'll say.
Sorry.
This one?
The
This
one,
one?
that one,
This
that
one?
one, the big one.
This one?
Yep,
You got
that
it.
one.
Oh, got it. So 35 will get you right here.
Yep, and then I will take the hide action.
Do you have to fire with that bow, or you're just having to wield it to do that?
I thought, did we go over this the last time I tried this? It just says you may take the hide action as a bonus action while wielding the weapon.
Cool. Just making sure. Awesome. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and give me that stealth check. And I will say, I would be having you roll the stealth check regardless because of the movement from your spot there. Technically speaking, you cast Pass Without a Trace. I would say for the most of the movement here, you would be fine up until this point here. So I'd say this is probably just on the hide itself then.
I just get real quick just to make sure Mitch remembers. Pass Without a Trace is great, but it only is effective for those that are within 30 feet of you.
When the spell is cast.
When the spell's cast.
Okay, cool.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
It's like a little burst, and then you got it.
So I rolled a 14, but do I add the plus 10 to that? 24?
Technically, yeah, you're still under the effects of Pass Without Trace. Now, I will say, if your goal is to distract them away, you can.
No, I'm not trying to distract them away. I'm trying to hide at this point.
Cool, you got it. Each creature shoots in 30 feet. Can't be tried.
Actually, I'm sorry. I add 4 for stealth to that, so it's 28.
Okay, I'm so sorry again because we did say opposite before, but now I'm looking at the spell specifically to check my work, and I was wrong. For the duration, each creature you choose within 30 feet of you. So which would mean, duration-wise, they have to be within 30 feet of you for that.
Yes.
That being said, if you would like to maintain that at least for... I would say if you would like to get over here, I will allow you to maintain that for the rest of the party for now. As soon as they break away, they're going to break away from that, though.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Here's a question: If we were to go outside of the range of that and then come back in, would that still apply then, or would it be like as soon as you go out, it's gone, and then
Yeah, no, I think it would still apply. I think that's,
like
because it's concentration. So yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah, so anyone within 30 feet, it'll say when you cast it, you kind of like we're triggering it to everyone there. And it's when that, yeah, right.
And
apologize for the
obviously, I
confusion,
will include everyone in the party plus
Gutter.
Gutter.
Thank you.
You got it. Cool. All right. So let me just make sure I catch up on. I think I have Alistair, Yori, and Gwyn.
Yes.
Okay.
maybe
And,
minus
well,
5,
Siobhan,
so it'd be Quinn.
Siobhan before Alistair.
Oh yeah,
Right.
'cause
Dan
you get a 20.
or an Io before Siobhan.
Yeah, I was just trying to make sure and that I was finishing my list here.
Quinn's
Okay.
definitely last.
You're good. Oh, and there's a name for these guys, but I totally forget, so I'm just putting them as dinos for now.
Raknars.
Because I cannot remember for the life of me what I named them. Cool, awesome. So you run by, you cast that Pass Without Trace, allowing the aura. You could say also is like an idea of like saying like come this way and you'll be safe. For the record, as you guys are starting your turn right now, I'm going to say that Pass Without Trace is going to work. You're welcome. I'll say that's kind of like the idea of like just leaving it for a second there. But assuming you guys are going to probably be making some movement, that will break as soon as you move away. As long as you're moving more than 30 feet away. Awesome, Siobhan, you're up.
So, when we left off, Gutter was still on my shoulders. Does that half
Yes.
my movement?
Absolutely not. No. I mean, it's up to you. But no, I would say mechanically speaking, Gutter is not on your shoulders unless you want him to be. If you want him to move with you and have that speed, I will fully allow that. You don't have to. You could just say like, Gutter, get off me.
What's the distance to the rocks behind Nolani?
From your current area here, well, what I will say is starting position wise, I put you guys in a very like I put you guys in a line. You can shift where you want to be in that line. I'm totally okay with that. So that being said, if you're wanting to get, here, right where my head is at, or my body, I guess. So right here, you can absolutely get there. No problem.
Yeah, I want to get behind those rocks at the very least.
Okay, cool. You get it.
And if I have
with-
to dash with Gutter, I will dash with Gutter.
Okay, so you do want Gutter with you. You got it.
Yeah.
You got it.
I'm
So,
keeping a death grip on this little guy because he seems a little, empowered now that we're here, and I don't want him to do something stupid.
Okay, fair enough. So you're literally holding on to him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Clenching
I
onto
think
his crazy legs.
there's a possibility that I might at the top of Gutter's turn have you roll a grapple check. We'll see. But we'll say that you're here. You're carrying Gutter. What is your full movement speed?
30.
30. So 5, 10, 15. You will have to dash to get there.
That's fine.
But dashing will get you there. Put you guys kind of in the same box there. Cool. And we only have 2. Go ahead.
Will a second dash get me hidden behind that tree? Let me figure out what the direction is now. Behind the bigger gnarled tree, so I'm still within.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to
Let's
double
do that.
dash?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you got it.
See how stealthy I am.
Yeah. So go ahead and roll that stealth check for me.
34.
Okay. Cool. Nice. Awesome. That will do it. I hate to do this, but I think I'm going to ask for disadvantage because you're rushing twice, but that plus 10 is probably going to get you there.
32.
Fantastic. Glad that worked out. Cool. All right. So no problems there. Io, you're up. Gutter is on deck.
Gotcha. Okay, so Io is. Would 30 feet get me to just behind Nalani?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
So 5, 10, 15, 20. This is 20 right here.
Okay, let's go 25.
Excuse me.
Can I get to the other side of that cliff face? Like where I'd be standing like right next to him? Or no?
Sorry, let me grab my...
Exactly right there. Where
Like you want to be like technically kind of in front of Nalani here?
Actually, right behind where your laser pointer is. So
Right
down
here?
one. Yes.
Okay, you got it. Yeah, absolutely. You can get there.
All right. And then
Kind of in a tricky in-between spot there, but yeah, I'll allow it.
good. And then I'll also take the hide action.
You got it.
Stealth check. There we are. Okay. And I'm assuming a 30 is hidden.
Okay, you got it. The 30, you feel pretty confident. It is now Gutter's turn. So here's what I will say, Siobhan. Give me an insight check. Or actually, I'm sorry. Give me your choice, either persuasion or an animal handling check. I'll allow either for this.
Oh. Persuasion's better. Insight's better, but let's do this.
Right. Yeah. The persuasion would be
15.
15? Okay. Against his want to murder these things. Okay. What should I be adding, gang?
Oh no.
I will
His
say, I mean,
insight
it's
to see if what we're
he's-
doing. I don't know.
Yeah, he's an NPC. Oh no, I was rolling to see if it was high enough to break away from you, but I would say he's an NPC, so he's going to follow with what you guys are going to do. There's no way I'm going to spoil things on that end. So what he will do, I'm going to say he's going to break off from your shoulders, unless you want to contest that.
Unless he looks like he's running towards the dinosaurs.
He looks like he's going to be running up the tree.
I'm gonna contest that because we're gonna keep moving, and I don't want to leave him up a tree.
You got it.
What is that? Athletics?
Yes.
Oof, that was a natural 1.
Okay, cool. He understands what's going on, but he can't put himself there. For now. So that is going to be, and Gutter will. Oh man, I always forget. No. Yeah, he's running up the tree. I'll say he is going to. At this moment, he will have that +10 from being where Nalani is. So I think he's just going to prepare a. He's going to take his bonus action to have a magic stone that he's going to have ready to go. And he's going to prepare an action to throw it if need be. The trigger being, if it looks like the one of the enemies has found one of you. Okay, cool. Great. All right. Did pretty good in his natural stealth check. He got a 29. Sorry, that was without adding anything. Like 35, I think. His stealth is like off the charts. Hold on. It will feel enough. So let's go ahead and move on from that. Alistair, you're up. You're on deck.
Cool. So Alistair's gonna pull a small stone, a red gem, out of his bag and toss it in the air and point his can at it. And you'll see Gear, the raccoon, form around it.
Awesome.
And he is going to. I'm gonna use my bonus action to command him to go. Everybody right now is going east. So for him to go west, 30 feet, and not at all hiding his. He's drawing attention away from him.
You got it. 1 sec.
Do you have a raccoon, Minnie?
Of course not. No, everybody say hi to Amorphous Amy.
Hey, Amorphous Amy.
Cool. So full 30 feet of movement?
Full 30 feet, and it will, because he has fly speed, he'll be 10 feet off the ground.
Okay, cool. So 30 would put him there unless you want it, unless you have other ideas. Let me shift the camera a little bit.
Nope, that's perfectly fine.
Okay.
And again, not being sneaky at all. And then I will use my full movement and action to dash, so that'd be 60 feet towards the east with everyone else.
Nice. Awesome. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 40, 45, 50. 50 would get you right there. I would say, some tricky sort of kind of like having to duck in and out of other people. But you are actually in front of Siobhan.
Great. That's great. And yeah, that's all I got.
Okay, you got it. Give me that stealth check.
Take the high deck. All right. I get +10, so dirty 20.
Dirty 20, nice. I will say, for the sake of this, because obviously Gear will be found, we'll say go ahead and roll with advantage. We'll say.
All right. We'll stick with the dirty 20.
Okay, you got it. All right, remember that number for me, please. Yori, you're up. Quinn, on your own deck.
So, did anybody convey any kind of plan? Or did we just sort of hear and like people kind of moved like it's because
I think we kind of conveyed it at the end of last week because Nalani
Yeah,
raised
there's-
his bow and we said no.
I think that
I
the
was-
question is like, so the difference between like the idea of like what's happening in game and what happened above game. I would say in this case, you want to probably try to lean to the idea of what the players have said here. Obviously, you as Yori can kind of define how that works for you. But in my view of this, you don't want to necessarily say, well, this is what my character would do against what you, the player, and everybody else would say.
I think I was also thinking about like I think we got like a nat 1 in understanding the situation last time, but I think
that was a nat 1 in understand. That was a nat
What
1
gutter?
specifically. That was a nat 1 understanding gutter,
Gutter,
which is
yeah.
not necessarily
Right,
the same thing.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Then I'm just gonna follow along then. So the spot in the palm tree type thing right next to on the other side of Nolani, like kind of sandwiching Nolani and Io,
Got it.
is where I'd be going. And then my bonus action, I'm gonna give Gwen Bardic Inspiration.
Okay.
So that's just
Yeah.
a
What do you say?
D6.
You could say that you do it before you
As
walk
I'm-
off, so you don't have
as
to
I'm-
yell
yeah,
it.
before- yeah, exactly. I mean, I can also message as a cantrip, but yeah.
There you go.
I think I just tell her again, like the idea of like that Yori tells stories sometimes just to them, like and I think he just says, "Remember the mouse and the owl," and then he walks off.
Okay. Awesome. Gwen, you are up.
All right. Can I get behind that rock that's right behind you with 30 feet? 'Cause it's going to determine. I don't think I can. I think I'd have to dash.
I will allow you to have been closer here on this. I don't know why this little guy would be following you. We'll just say he'll appear when he needs to.
I like the little guy. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. I would say if you wanted to run with you, I'm totally fine with it. It's cool. I don't think there's any mechanical difference to it, but yeah, we'll see if it follows you. Fuck it. All right. So we'll say that you're here. This is like kind of the center of the line. So if that helps.
Yes. Then before I move with my action, I will do minor illusion, but a auditory one that just sounds kind of like rustling coming from right around where gear is. It can be 30 feet. So
Very cool.
and
Awesome.
then with my movement, I will get behind the rock instead of clustering up with the others.
Okay. Give me that stealth check.
Ooh, that's really good, actually. 29
Cool. With the plus 10?
with the plus 10.
Yeah.
I can't roll that high naturally. So.
That was a silly question. Cool. Awesome. It is now the Tyrant Saurid's turn. So they are going to separately roll perception checks. However, I would say with the not only having gear on the other side, but also that sort of like effect of that. She said rustling leaves, like sort of on there around where gear is. They're going to have disadvantage on this. Obviously, the goal is that they're all going towards gear. So we'll roll for little baby first. Okay. So perception. Okay. Disadvantage, not advantage, Joe. Disadvantage. Yes. Okay. First one's going to run over. Okay. Big Red is also going to come over here. Okay. I'm rolling like shit. Sweet. So all three of these little things come over. And we hear a deafening sort of screech as the little one goes first, like trying to find Gear. What is Gear's AC? Just happenstance.
Buddy.
Just a reminder, he's 10 feet in the air.
Fair enough. Works with the nat one I rolled for the little one to be able to get him. So just jumping up, snapping, totally missing. These guys are
AC
naturally at least 10 feet in the air. So what's it? What was
13 is his AC.
it? 13. Okay, yeah. That's a really bad roll. Hold on. No. The second chomp Gear is gone. Assuming he has like 1 hit point.
Oh, no, sir. He has 14.
14? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'll roll for it. I love that.
He gets hit points based on your level, right? Your artificer level.
Yeah, double
Nice.
the artificer level.
Okay. All right. You said 14?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. He's dead.
But he gave us some valuable information.
He certainly did. I will say, because the other one is going to spend its time searching around, it's going to move a little bit further out as it is digging and pushing through the rocks here. I will say whatever it would be left over of that scenery piece is gone as they are stomping around. Yori, you saw the footprint of these things. These things are massive.
I can tell, but yeah, right.
Okay. Very nice, gang. That goes back to the top of the order. Excuse me. I will say this. I'm gonna include, just because I think it would be really fun, I'm gonna include one more factor here. Alistair, please roll me a d4.
You got it.
And you don't want a 3.
Okay, I got a 4.
Fantastic. Cool. As there is a gust of wind that is blowing south.
Ah.
These things do have keen smell. Awesome. Back to the top of the order, we have Nalani.
Can I see the view from the top of the map?
Absolutely, you can.
Also, is south away from the ruins? It's kind of like lined up with the map.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, good question. Try and zoom in a little bit. Let's see if we can do this.
Ooh, nice.
So cool.
Good job.
Let me know if you need me to fix that a little more. I'm gonna try that.
Yeah, I'm really looking at, okay, so if
Ooh.
I kind of go, so if I keep going around this way, kind of behind this tree, if I go past Siobhan and keep going this direction, can I get behind this the next little palm tree up there? Or I should say, I mean,
What's your speed?
35.
35.
Or let me ask a question.
Sure.
If I took my dash, and got 60 feet down the way, and everyone followed me, if they made it within the 30 foot,
sorry.
would they still have?
Yes, I'm having you guys roll at the end of your roll here, which kind of works. In
So
that way.
I want to take my dash and get. I'm not gonna go my full 70 because I don't want to outdistance anyone, but I'm gonna go towards, like, you see what I'm doing, kind of an arc using the cover between me and them as far as I can towards the opening of the cave.
I don't see your mind. Are you saying right here?
Yeah.
Okay, you got it.
Got my cursor on my
He's
screen.
pointing
doing
right
it.
to the map.
He's pointing right to it.
I do that all the time.
5, 10, 15, 20.
I try to scroll in and out like it's Boulder's Gate sometimes.
Me too.
Same.
That is the highest praise anyone could ever give me. So thank you for that. Cool. Nalani, you book it. You knock over Io. He falls to the ground.
And
you're
I
min-
want to use my little hide action also, and that's my turn.
Okay, you got it. So yeah, that was your bonus action. Cool. Go ahead and give me a stealth roll with advantage.
Advantage. Ooh, that was shitty. Oh no, that isn't. That's a sorry. 14. That is good. Sorry. It's a 18. That's a 28.
28. Cool. Awesome. I'm gonna let you guys know straight up. It is possible for these guys to roll 28.
Oh,
So keep that number in mind. They all rolled really low last time, but they had disadvantage. So we have our distraction gone. This may help just to kind of keep it in this round. But what's that?
I said the sound is still there.
The sound.
Yeah.
The sound. Is it? How long does it last?
For a minute.
It lasts for a bit. Okay. So all right. Hold on. Time out. So yeah, they hear rustling around nothing.
Yep.
But yeah, I love it. I love the hustle.
It's like half disadvantage.
how intelligent are they? Come on.
Yeah. They can communicate. There's that.
true.
This has to use its action to examine.
I mean, Joe, we can communicate, and we're clearly not that smart.
Is that what it says? Does it say it has to use the action to examine?
It uses its action to examine the sound or image. The creature can determine that it is an illusion with a successful intelligence check against your spell save DC.
What is your spell save DC? Because that's exactly what that yellow one was doing, but I just assumed he automatically got it.
Understand.
So go ahead and tell me what it is.
It's 16.
16. Cool. Awesome. They're going to have to spend, one of them is going to at least have to spend an action to figure out. Very nice. Cool.
Nice.
Illusion spells are bullshit.
So,
See, I'm so easy. I'm so easy, gang.
so
You can convince me.
I'm not within 30 feet of them. Never mind. That's it.
Not
That's
right
my turn.
now. Not right now. We're going to roll at the end of the turn there.
So I have an action still, don't I?
Didn't you dash?
No, you dash.
You
dash.
I dashed. Yep, you're right. Okay, that's my turn.
Wait,
Siobhan,
oh, sorry. Yeah, you can hide as a bonus.
you have action surge if you wanted to use that here.
Resource.
I
Go
have
ahead,
been
use it now.
admonished
Use it now.
not to use my
Use it
resources.
now.
No, man, you know what? You should use it now.
We're
You don't know.
taking
Maybe
resource
that.
management here.
Maybe
I
that. Maybe
search
that
action.
cave door is closing. You don't know.
I have been persuaded by my group to not ruin this.
Oh, I am the devil. Okay. Cool.
Shoot him! Just shoot him!
Just shoot him. See what happens.
You're leaving it up to me.
Actually, that's not true either. Never mind. I'm not gonna say anything. Okay, cool. Siobhan, you're up. Io, you're on deck.
How far can I get following Nalani's path with a dash? Because I can't really see with the trees right now. I think I need the overhead again.
Let's do. Let me see if I can. Actually, yeah, we'll do the overhead. All right. It'd be awesome if I had this thing like on a little slider that just like moves over to one side. Anyone wants to get me one of those? They're like $400.
Don't tell me.
So Siobhan, dashing. Dashing, you have plenty of room. Dashing will get you right next to Nalani.
Okay, how much movement do I have left, though? I'm trying to do some math.
If you dashed or without dashing.
Where would 60 feet of movement put me on the map?
Gotcha. Let's do this. So 5, 10, 15, 20. A full 60 movement could get you as far as there.
Okay, so
Oh
if I
God,
didn't,
you couldn't see that at all.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Way past Nalani, if that helps.
Okay. So
Right there.
right there,
Mm-hmm.
it was moving between two boxes.
What are
Sorry.
those two boxes right there?
Okay, right there. Then that's 5.
Yeah.
So a double dash wouldn't get me to the ruin store, right?
I think a double dash would get you to the ruin store because you're
Well,
so
60
30 feet
feet
of
is right
movement.
there.
Yeah,
And
but
then
you could
another
also
30 feet
like
of movement.
here's what I would say. You could roll your stealth check in the midst of being in that aura as you're running into the door. You know what I mean? Because you can change your trajectory.
Is the door open?
The door is open.
It's a
The door
really
is
good question to start
yeah,
with.
yeah. There's no door. It's just a cave entrance. There's no.
Okay.
There's. I actually, for the record, there is no door. So there's that.
All right, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna drive by for some paths without a trace, and then kind of roll into the cave.
I love that. Go ahead and roll that stealth check.
Ooh, okay, that's 30.
Okay. I'm sorry. I will have you do a disadvantage again because you are dashing. And this is in the middle of that dash as well. So
Well, that was better, so it's gonna stick with 30.
30 is great.
Sucks because that would have put me at 35.
Sorry.
Still be good.
Okay. Awesome.
And that's it.
We have one in. Io, you are up.
Okay, so question. If Io
Yeah.
dashes to take 60 movement, if he drops prone, will that give him full cover? Or partial cover? Or any cover at all?
That dynamic, I think, because I like the creativeness of that. I think that dynamic would give you partial cover as far as your AC goes, but I think with the idea of already kind of dealing with the pass without trace, I think there's no other level beyond that in helping, if that makes sense. And we can kind of discuss that later if you'd like. But assuming you're in that aura, you would be able to add that plus 10, and nothing's going to really. I don't think anything's going to be added on top of that. Does that make sense? Anybody feel like I'm being a dick there?
No.
I do like the idea of like I'm falling prone to kind of keep myself from that, but that's essentially what we're kind of doing during like the hide action too. So. So yeah, if you want to use your hide action, I would say you have advantage on your roll.
Gotcha.
In the idea you're falling prone.
I guess with me double dashing, I wouldn't be stealth anymore, right? Or would I still be under the effects of stealth if I dash?
If you dash, we're rolling your stealth at the end of it. So as long as you're within 30 feet of Alani, I'm allowing it.
This
is
understanding.
Gotcha. This is bullet speed, so this makes sense, I think.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and dash then, and then take my hide action.
You got it. Well, are you dashing or taking your hide action? Because dash is an action and hide is an action.
I meant to say dash. I'm dashing.
You got it. Cool.
I'm dashing and then rolling for stealth at the end.
We're not on Milani. Just hide as a bonus action.
15,
Right.
20, 25, 30. So 30 will get you there. Wanting to be as close as you can to Nalani, correct?
Yes.
Okay. 30 would get you to there. Gosh, I need smaller hands. Okay. Cool. And let me adjust the camera. We can get a better angle. Oh, I can't take this tree away because that's literally where gutter is.
I can see me if that makes you feel better. kind of.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just messing with stuff.
Good. And then do you want that stealth roll?
Give it to me.
All right. It is 17, 27.
27. Okay. Pretty high. Not impossible, though.
Right. And I think before I end my turn, 60 feet. Nah, I'm going to hold off on that. Never mind.
Okay. You got it. All right. It is now Gutter's turn. I need to check Gutter's character sheet real quick. That's what I forgot to add. Okay. Okay, here's what I'm going to say. I think Gutter is going to hold his turn because he's going to do something that would be a lit, like distance-wise, would probably close it, but definitely is going to have to roll stealth with disadvantage. As he's prepping himself to jump from tree to tree to tree.
Awesome.
Very awesome.
But to do so would be a disadvantage. So I'm going to say as a DM, I'm going to hold him until he needs to do that. So Alistair, you're up. You're on deck.
30 feet. There is almost dead center of the map, like a white. Is that a rock that's right there?
Right here.
Yes, sir.
That is a patch of very lovely flowers.
Okay, so not great hiding.
I mean, maybe. They're pretty tall. I will say, like they're accurate size wise. They're pretty tall. I'd say they're just under 5 feet tall, I think.
All right. I would like to take the most direct route to the cave door while stopping at the closest place to hide.
Fair enough. You got it.
I don't want to run behind over where Nalani's at and all of that. I want to take the most direct route.
I will say 30 can get you here in the flowers. If you would like. Yeah. Now that's 30. I don't know if you wanted to dash, but I don't think 30 would get you within the doors. It's close.
Yeah, it is
You're
close.
technically here.
Yeah.
I'm giving it to you. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 30 would get you right there.
Yeah.
You don't know how fast these things are.
I don't. That's the scary part. Man. All right, I will take the hide action.
Okay, you got it. 30 feet hide action, give you advantage on your roll, and you are within 30 feet of Nalani.
25, which they can get. So
It's possible.
it is possible.
Okay. Cool. Yori, you're up. Can't hear you.
Unmute myself, and then
There we go.
I will continue to talk. I'm by that palm tree, right?
You are. You were just under that
Yeah.
palm tree. Sorry. Let me get you a top view.
What's the distance between there and the flowers?
That's not helpful. There you go.
Let's see.
5,
I'd
10,
have to go
15,
around
20,
kind of.
25, 30. About 30 feet, roughly. Actually, 30 would get you just before.
I'm just gonna dash into the flowers.
Okay. You got it.
Yeah.
What do you have? What would be your speed with dash?
60.
1 second. So 60 would get you like behind this palm tree if you wanted to be like around there, or you can do because you're so close. I don't know if you want to jump into the flowers.
Yeah,
with,
I kind of want to
using
slide
that
into
dash.
the flowers.
Cool.
To hide, and I'm fine with being with the other people there, being close to the entrance. It's all, you know, the dash is fine to get that position.
Okay, you got it. You're standing on top of the flowers. You didn't know these are extremely solid flowers. You can't even get between them. You have to get on top of them.
And then you already poses.
Yeah, just no one see me.
I am a flower.
I am one with the flowers. Gwyn, you are up with your little flower friend right back here.
Well, 60.
I just pointed with my cursor, gang. There we go. You're right here.
Yeah. Well, 60 feet get me by that white-based palm tree by Nalani.
Delilah's a little past that, but I think I know what you're talking about.
In between.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. That will just get you there, yes.
That is where I will go. That's
Okay.
that is using the dash action. And I'm going to close my eyes and roll stealth. Okay. That is not great, guys, but it is a 24. Thank goodness for Pass Without a Trace.
Okay, you got it. I think as you're doing it, you're like kind of like hiding behind. You see this like sort of long-necked bloom just kind of like tugging at your shirt as you're trying to like hide the whole time. Stop! Get it off me. Okay, it is Gutter's turn. This is kind of like a 6 of 1 sort of situation right now, because he's going to have to dash to get there, but I wanted to wait for you all to be able to at least move closer. But the fact that if he fails his save does mean it is in the range of where you guys are at. So I'm sorry, I love you guys. Okay.
No, we love it. We love this.
All right, this is for his initial jump. Boom. No problem getting there. And even better. Cool. All right. So that process would be a stealth check with disadvantage. But he is also within that pass without trace, so he still gets plus 10 on this.
You're stealthy, buddy.
That's a 29. With disadvantage. Okay. So the lowest I believe we have is a 24.
I think
Yes.
so.
And that was Gwyn, correct?
Yes.
All right, cool. Alistair, what was yours?
25.
25. Okay, cool. So pretty close.
Just to be
All right.
clear, you didn't make me roll either time. Should I be rolling stealth here?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, please roll stealth.
Okay. It's good because I have disadvantage.
I see him.
That will be a 13 with Pass
no.
Without a Trace.
Okay.
Yep.
There we go.
With pass without a trace?
I have.
Yeah, you rolled it.
I'm in plate, so I
Yep.
get disadvantage.
Awesome. So the illusion's still up. So they one of them does have to spend an action trying to break the understanding of what the illusion is. I'm going to say, because they did break the clearing on this, that they do have advantage on this because there is literally nothing physically there. So we'll do the baby first.
Oh no.
Failed it. He failed it.
You failed it.
Natural 20. Natural 20. Come on. What was it?
I said advantage, right?
You
Yeah.
did say you were going to give them
Okay.
advantage on that. Did he roll a natural one?
That was a natural 2 and a natural 20. So the baby is able to figure out, okay, they're definitely not there. The baby is not the one that is going to be attacking you guys. But we still need to roll. They both might roll on that one. Who knows? Just for the record, what do they have to roll? Okay. 13 is the beat? Is that what we're...
16.
Awesome. 16?
Oh, sorry.
No,
For
13. It's 13.
13. Okay, cool. These are straight rolls. There's no disadvantage anymore. So the first one is going to roll. Cool. I guess I can roll for them too. Yeah, all right. You got it. So one thing I do want to keep in mind here is what those rolls were. So it was... Okay. What was the second lowest roll?
mine at
24.
24 was the second lowest? Cool. Yori, they're only coming after you.
Awesome.
Nice.
Ideal.
So, I will say Alistair, what did you get? 25?
25.
Okay, they don't see you. All right, so these... let me pull myself over here. So these giant saurids come out. You hear the disgusting sort of scream as they're both going to, like this one's going to almost bowl over his kid to get over to the other side, and they are going to both chomp at you. Now, here's the tricky thing about this. Alistair.
Yes.
Roll me I'm going to say roll me another stealth check. No, sorry. Roll me 2 luck checks.
That is a 15 and a 17.
Okay, awesome. Very cool. So with these creatures mechanically, because they are half mouths, their mouths are so big that their mouths themselves actually take up a 10-foot space. So when they attack a 10-foot space, not a 5-foot. But thankfully, you are within 5 feet, but in a weird sort of space where they don't see you. So these are both going towards Yuri. All right. So we have... 3 attacks. First one is okay. First one's a nat 20.
I cast Syrup Slivery Barbs.
Okay, cool. That is going to give away your position, I think. Let's do this.
Yeah.
Is there a verbal component?
Let me see. Yes, component verbal.
You got it.
V is a verbal.
Are you willing to risk that? It's your choice.
Do you have subtle spell?
Yes.
Do you have a subtle spell?
If it's... Oh, I don't. Actually, that's not one of the ones I took. If it was a psionic spell, I could have gotten some things away with that, but... It's not
That's
a
right.
psionic
Oh, man. Dang, the one use of that. Cool. So that does reroll in that 20. So that is a 23 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Okay. The last roll on this guy was a 14 to hit, which I think doesn't hit, right?
No, that doesn't hit. I have 17.
Okay. You got it. All right. Now it's the other one's turn. That is a dirty 20 to hit.
Okay.
Another natural 20. Leaving an open
Excellent.
space. Okay. And then a natural 19, which will be
That'll
for
do it.
29. You
Yeah.
got it.
Lots of hits.
So I'm assuming you have some fun that we may want to wait until the natural 20. You want me to roll that first?
Yeah. Do the
Or do you want to hold on to it?
No, it depends on how much damage this caused. Cause let's see. Cause I might.
Oh, that's
cloud
right. You could
wounds.
do that after you know the
Yeah.
damage. Yep, that's
Yeah.
right. Nasty. Okay, cool. Now, for the record, I'm 99.9% sure that we did max damage plus the roll, correct?
That's what you're doing.
That
Yeah.
is correct.
All
Works both
right.
ways.
It does work both ways. So, I will roll for this. Okay. Math.
Math.
2. This is so nasty. 34, 38, 43 points of damage on one attack.
Oh,
That's the nat
I
20.
will cloud ring that one.
Yeah.
yeah.
And we'll be moving that to the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you will.
You got it. Cool. So you see this, you just see this mouth just chomp down on you. I think like it almost like kind of like fully engulfs you. And then there's, you tell me what happens to like transition it out. Like you're like, I imagine it happens when you're in its mouth.
Yeah, and like he like very panicked very quickly, like takes out the stone and crushes it, as the mouth is coming around him, and instead of sinking into him, they sort of stop for a second, and you see the teeth and stuff disappear as if they just kind of gone into a little portal, but each one just sort of disappears, and then you see that impact that's sort of like piercing into the other one just as the force goes
Oh,
into
that's
the other one.
great. That's cool. So we only see it from Yori's perspective of like all of a sudden everything's dark. We see the like this like sort of like purplish sort of mouth, and then we see one by one the teeth kind of go as you're just like crunch. Awesome. Okay. Cool. Still got okay. Good. You're gonna need it. So that one goes. You hear a nasty sort of screech, yell. How much damage did I do? 54.
I thought it was
Okay.
40 something, but yeah,
43.
40, 43. Cool,
It
43.
only hits if it was a nat 20, so it's going to hit the other one. Yeah, it uses the attack score to attack the other one. So if the other one had a higher AC than the attack score, then it wouldn't actually hit it. It would just transfer, the damage away. But yeah,
Yep.
A nat 20 is definitely a hit.
Cool. All right. So like you hear that as it as that is the only time that one has hit you. Technically not. And you see it like kind of open its mouth and like a gumless sort of like creature kind of comes out, and then one by one all the teeth come back. The other one hit you twice, correct?
Yes. Yeah, there was like
Okay.
a 19 and then something else. Yeah.
You got it. I need a dexterity saving throw, please.
You have advantage on that with silvery barbs.
That's okay. You set it to them for that. You got it.
Yeah.
That's
And
good
just
because the
kinda
first one was like a 6 and this one's a 15, which still might not pass, but it's a 15.
15 is the DC to make. Nice.
Beautiful.
Nice.
8, 3, 11. 17 points of piercing damage on the first one.
Okay.
And then 18 points of piercing damage on the second one.
Awesome.
All attacks miraculously miss Alistair, as like the flowers are gone. Like there's no hiding. You're like kind of like wincing, and you open your eyes and there's nothing there, except for Yori that has managed to like I think like small fairy level, like you get crunched into it. You can feel the teeth like sear into your side, but you're able to kind of like hold the mouth enough so that you are not swallowed by this creature.
Yeah. I think there's probably like a tooth stuck in Yori at this point.
Yeah.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Just
roll
shit,
me a-
shit, 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 shit.
It's right there. Yeah.
Just-
You look at Yori, who just took like a massive hit, Allison, and you're like, no. So I love that, Yori. So Yori, give me a luck check. DC
All right.
DC 11.
I'm going to use my inspiration on that since I did the recap.
Yeah, all right.
There you
I love
go.
that.
I love that.
18.
Yeah.
18. You
Much
got
better than a
it. You
two.
do have a massive tooth stuck in your shoulder that seems to have gone out with the creature. So you see Alistair right there. You could be like, look.
Get a thumbs up from Gwen.
Research.
No, it's way too close.
Research.
No.
I'm so glad you guys, that one of you have failed one of these. This would have been way too easy for you otherwise.
It wasn't trying that hard.
Solid effort. You did good. Back to the top of the range. Nalani, you are aware of everything that's happened here.
Yes, I will point out to you, Gutter was holding an action, which I think you need to do.
Gutter was holding the action the last turn. He actually had to spend, because holding the action only lasts to be able to use for a reaction. Hit the beginning of his next turn, he had to use his dash to be able to get to where he was.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
But good looking. No, good looking out. Yeah, no, thank you for backing that up for me. Siobhan, you're in deck.
Nalani glances at Siobhan as if to question, can I shoot them now?
She is emphatically shaking her head yes.
At which point, the closest one is probably that one closest.
The yellow one.
Yep, and he is going to get 2 arrows. And they are... Let's see. The first, they are actually going to be. I'm sorry, Joe. I should have been thinking.
No, you're good. I was laughing because I forgot. I just took the flowers away, and I forgot I'd taken Yori away as well.
Yeah, they
Please
are.
do.
They are gonna both be sharpshooter arrows. So
Okay.
that is. Let me do the math on that. One is not going to hit. And the other one is
How do you know it's not gonna hit?
What'd you get?
because it was a 2 on the die.
Don't you get like a
You still
plus
don't
9?
know. Yeah.
They might have
11
a
probably
10
doesn't hit, but still.
Hey, shh! I'm trying to do math. I'm trying to math.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
You got to be able to do it under tense situations.
So does a 21 hit?
21 does not hit.
Oh my god, we need to run so far.
As
away
you
from this.
you shoot, I assume the other one's like a 12.
Yeah,
You shoot the first one, and you see it like kind of like glance off of like the teeth as it turns in the direction as like kind of like looking around for more. And you're like, yeah, of course that's not going to hit. And you aim and you go right for what you assume to be wherever its neck is. It kind of doesn't have a neck. It's this whole thing. And you see you shoot. You're like, it's skin. It's got to hit somewhere. And you hear dunk, 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 dunk.
Oh, shh. Nolani audibly, oh shit. And he's just gonna try to take that hide action right here, I guess.
You got
You
it.
can move still. You can still move.
I would say you want to move because I would say you have disadvantage as
Yeah,
you just
yeah, okay.
attacked and then head there.
So Nolani is going to move into the cave. Fuck you. He's moving into the cave.
Yes. Good move.
There.
Yes.
Fuck all y'all and all of your all plan. I'm going into the cave.
That's the plan.
We took a side. We did some field research and realized not to fuck around here.
Now I will say 30 is only going to get you there. Or do you have 35?
5.
35. 35 will get you in the doorway.
Okay.
which I will say will give you half cover. So you can say you add +5 to your AC in case it gets there.
And I'm going to try to take the hide right there, whatever I can do.
Oh, that's right. All right. Yeah. Go ahead and we'll say it's a straight roll.
Okay, that is only a 22.
Cool. You do still have Pass Without Trace. It's concentration,
that's
right?
with that. Yep.
That's with the 22. Okay, cool.
Yep.
You got it. Awesome. And we did determine that the wind is moving south.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool. Siobhan, you're up.
Okay. How far is Yori from the creature?
5 feet.
Okay.
Like right on that little guy.
Do you do advantage on flanking?
Yes, of course.
Can I see an overhead real quick?
Yeah, you can. Absolutely.
Do it, rogue. You're rogue.
Mm-hmm.
So
Oh,
if
sorry. Sorry.
If I
There you go.
moved out to get flanking, would that only be 30 feet?
Yes.
Is Channel
Ye-
Divinity bonus action? Or is it special?
Good question. Actually,
For your Radiant Strike, I believe it's a bonus action to turn on.
Yeah, I think it
Bonus
depends on
action turn on.
them.
I really want to do it.
This would be a cool place to do it, but I will say,
Yeah,
obviously, you know the AC is pretty high.
it's pretty high. When am I cautious? Let's do it.
Yeah.
And I have advantage with flanking, so
Yes, you do.
okay. I feel like that's gonna hit because that's a 26.
26 will hit.
Okay.
You said no. I would have cried.
And this is with your
So-
Radiant Strike, right?
Yeah. So I'm gonna roll poison. Are they immune to poison, Joe?
Hold on, let me check. No, they are not immune to poison.
Okay. So they have to make a DC. He has to make a DC for. What's a DC on that? Let me find it. It's not that high. DC 14 saving throw for the poison.
Is it Constitution?
Constitution saving throw, yeah.
Got it. Makes the save.
Okay, so he is not poisoned. He takes 7 piercing damage. I don't know if that's halved.
It's not half. No.
2 poison damage. I guess sneak attack's also piercing, so let me roll the sneak attack. Oh, that's really
got
good. That's 13 additional piercing damage, and
Okay.
6 more radiant damage.
Okay. Nice. Please tell me, as this is the first time you're able to do this, please tell me what it looks like. It's not dead. It's not dead.
Yeah, no, I assumed it's not dead.
Yeah.
I think you see the short sword as she pulls it out is just cloaked in like writhing veins of shadow. And as she hits, you see that shadow kind of pour into the cuts.
Okay. Cool. Anything weird happen with the Radiant Strike? As that's like a new sort of thing for you.
That's why I was saying the shadow is her radiant.
Oh, gotcha.
strike.
It just goes into that. Yeah. Cool. Awesome. So we see this like kind of like this weird sort of, as you strike in, there's like smoke that seems to kind of go billow out through and into the wound. As you see that's the mama that you stabbed. Just kind of truly exactly how the mini looks is what it's looking like right now.
Well, she needs to get her teeth off my fake son.
Get your teeth off my fake son.
That's it. That's all I got.
Cool, you got it. Siobhan, I want to say because you've done physical damage to this thing, please roll me a. I do think this would be an animal handling check.
That's a natural 20 for 23.
Okay. Cool. I think with a nat 20, I will tell you exactly how much hit points this thing has. but I'm only going to send it to you.
Okay. I love these new dice. That's what I need to do. Buy a new set of dice every week and just use them.
Well, pretty soon you might have one. I don't know what's in that. What's in that thing? But
I
I
have
know there's
2
dice in there.
advent calendars of dice, so
Yeah.
we're going to start that soon.
Okay. My number pad not working? Okay, there we go. You can share this information. I'm just sending it to you first.
Oh, her
We have
face.
to run. We have to run.
Got it. Cool.
Yeah.
These things are nasty, gang. Okay, Siobhan, does that end your turn?
Yeah.
All right, Io, you're up. Gutter, you're on deck.
Okay, so
You just told your
Io-
NPC was on deck.
Yeah, Gutter.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy, you're on deck.
Okay, so Iowa's going to use as much as his movement to get towards the door. How far does that get him with just 30 feet?
So Io says, fuck all, y'all. I'm out.
No. Io did not say that.
15, 20, 25, 30. 30 would, I'm just messing. 30 would
I
get
know.
you here.
Okay, then there is where he's going to be. And
Okay.
then you're going to see the ground you're going to see like the air around him kind of distort, and then kind of like that kind of dubstep beat, and then get away from the boy is what comes out as we're
Nice.
as we're twin spelling Dissonant Whispers.
Nice. Love it.
So they need
so-
to succeed. 16 is the save for wisdom.
Okay. Wisdom. Nice. That's a nat 1-on-1. So go ahead and roll double damage for me.
Okay.
And the other one, I would say 16.
9, 15. 15 plus 11 and 13. Oh, why? 28 for one, and then the other one takes just half, right? On a failed save and doesn't move.
What? Oh, Dissonant
Right?
Whispers.
Yeah, Dissonant Whispers.
That's a leveled spell, right?
Yes, level 1.
Okay. God, I think I screwed it up with the cantrip, and I was like, wait, how much damage did you just do? With a cantrip? Okay, cool. So I'm so sorry. Please give me that number again. So for Mama, Orange takes what?
28.
28. Okay. Nice. And does 16 make the save?
16 is the save, so beats it. So yeah.
Yep, you got it. So it takes no damage.
Oh no, takes half, I believe. On a successful
It's
save,
half.
the target takes
Yeah.
half as much. Yes.
Cool.
And that is because I don't think I rolled that. 10, 16, so 8.
8. Okay.
Yep. And unfortunately, that one is not going to be under the effects. However, he's going to use his bonus action to manifest a tentacle of the deep and attack the one that just made the save.
Right there?
Yes.
Does that work? Cool. You got it. As you see, the tentacle seems to kind of worm its way out. We hear this kind of like distant sort of rumbling, and then this like gust of water and wind as this tentacle pushes out, and I believe can attack on that turn, correct?
That is correct.
Go for it.
Oof. That's not going to hit, though. That's a 10.
Okay, cool. You see it kind of like wrap around the leg and is trying to kind of like pull it down to kind of like knock it prone and hurt it that way. Pulls nothing. These are big boys. Cool. But that is damage. That's good.
Oh, and the
it's move away from you, right? Yeah, that's
the
right.
mama has
That's
to
like
move.
this is this one.
Yep, you got it.
Okay, this is actually very useful here. The only thing I will say is, Kiki, if you are still with us, I think I need a deck save. Although it's moving away from
She's typing.
you, right? Okay.
Moving away from
I'm
me,
here.
yes.
Yeah, sorry,
Okay.
the dog's freaking out.
I'll say you have
dex save.
advantage.
Okay, good, because that was a natural one. That's better.
Beautiful.
Rest of 19.
19 will be fine. As you see it like kind of like rear up as it hears this sort of thing and takes like one step back, you're able to kind of sidestep from that. And is going to move its full distance, which these boys can move 50 feet.
Oh,
That's clutch.
Oof.
So,
Yep.
5, squishes the tentacle reappears. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. It's still technically on the map, but it's so far away. Full movement, right?
Full movement.
Yep.
Full movement. Nice. Cool. Well, that was very effective.
You have opportunity attacks with Dissonant Whispers if you want.
Yes, you do. So, Yori, if you would like to take that, you certainly can.
Yeah.
Can I take it?
Wait,
You can also take it, yeah.
this is still the
Does-
round that I got bit, right?
Yes.
Well, I would
Yes.
use my reaction to do the cloud.
Right.
You don't have
so
a
I don't have a
Oh,
reaction.
correct. Yeah. So you don't have a reaction. I apologize. Yeah.
I'm not going to do it. I'm going to say my reaction.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think with the nat 20, getting the idea of like how much these things have to take to go down, that makes sense. Cool. Awesome. It is Gutter's turn. How far can Gutter jump? Because that's Yori down there.
Strength times 3, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it doesn't have. It would have to be standing.
So that's half then, I think.
Yeah, so half a strength score. So that's going to be. Yeah, that will be. Okay. Is there any stupid stuff I can do here? Oh. That could work here.
You'd make an athletics check and say he gets a running start by actually running on the tree.
On the tree.
It's possible to run on a tree, yeah.
I would say like that is definitely what he would do as far as like in character, I think. But I think he's going to try something a little different.
Word.
So these things are like mechanically speaking, these things are double your height. So where was it? But that would have to be quite the strength saving throw. 60 feet long and 10 feet wide. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So he's going to cast Gust of Wind to try to push this thing away from you guys. It is a strength saving throw, which is not the best to roll against these things. But it could still work. Also, no, it wouldn't get the baby. You'd still have the baby to deal with, but so we'll give it a shot.
The baby. Yeah.
This would give Yori and Alistair a chance to be able to get out of there, and possibly Gwyn before it is their turn. So I think that makes sense. That's what it's going to try to do. So it has a... one second. So this is a 16th. I'll tell you guys straight up what it is now at this point. So it's a 16 to save. These things have a +6 to strength. So needs to be lower than a 10. All right. This is where I wish I had that dice cam, but I'll get it. It'll get up and running. Here we go. That's a 14. Where the shot? You see Gutter just gust of wind kind of pushes out. The rest of you can feel kind of like your hair start to move on that. You see, I think there's like patches of like flowers and things like that that seem to kind of move out past it. But you see this thing kind of turns and faces Gutter in the tree. Definitely knows where he is with a natural 19. Actually, with a natural 19, see if we get some story things in there. And a 13 after that, I think it's going after Gutter. Gutter did know about these things, so you guys don't know the history between these guys and Gutter. Alistair, that is you. You're on deck.
Mm-hmm.
So you said this thing is going for Gutter. Does that mean, mechanically speaking, is it paying attention to us now or no?
Roll me I'll say it's a straight perception check to see if you can tell that.
It's a 9.
No, you can't tell.
No, okay.
I think you're shitting your pants, honestly.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Cool. So laying on my back, I'm assuming. Yo, what?
I'm so sorry. I forgot about one of the most important things about this freaking class. I apologize. Okay, cool. You guys haven't seen this thing yet, but he does take something out of his bag, out of his satchel, and you see it's kind of like glowing in a deep sort of like fiery red. Alistair, with that 9 perception, you have no idea what this thing is. And you see him just kind of like, as he sees that gust of wind doesn't work, throws it as a bonus action. Let me just make sure I don't screw this up. And you, well, yeah, this would hit both of you. Okay. Is going to use fiery teleportation. As you see, I don't have a good picture of this, so this is fine. But what you see is a weird sort of like I guess it would be kind of like a cross between like maybe a badger and a possum that is in this giant. Well, giant compared to it, like a medium-sized sort of ball of fire. As you see, it is just like suspended in it and looks terrified. It's just this little, we'll call it a possum. It's just this little possum that is in this ball of fire that just moves around like a gyroscope. And it's just constantly terrified. Is going to do that fiery teleportation, which is going to move both of you within 15 feet away. I'm going to allow you guys to choose where you end up. So teleport up to 15 feet to unoccupied spaces you can see. I'm going to let you guys choose. So this hits Yori and Alistair.
What is that between, that is what, like 20 feet away from the door?
Like this
It's
thing?
Shaban.
Yeah, Siobhan?
Siobhan. Okay, yes, that's Siobhan. Okay, cool. I will go east of her.
You got it. So it appears here to get both of you. Right there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Please.
You got it. Cool. And Yori, this happens before your turn, so you can tell me where you are too. Excuse me.
1 block in front of Alistair, toward the tyrant.
You got it.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I'm so sorry I did get in the way of your turn, Alistair, but it is your turn. You feel a little safer.
Great. So great from this distance, and then just real quick, where's the baby right now?
The baby is sorry, let me get to that. Wrong way. Sorry, the baby is right there.
Okay.
Little green thing right there.
So check the distance on this real quick. All right, 60 feet. Then I will cast. I was just looking at it. Sorry, Phantasmal Force. So from
Nice.
Alistair's cane, you'll see purplish weave come out from it and suspend itself directly over the big one. I would prefer it to be on its backside, and because I have no idea what this thing's natural enemies would be or would it be scared of, so I'd want to project into its mind a larger version of it.
Okay.
I mean,
Yes. I think you do get the idea that like there can't be much things that are bigger than this here in this small
Right.
island. So,
so that's an intelligence save 17.
Oh God. Okay. Natural 3. Yes. That will succeed.
Awesome. Then it is going to take 1d6. 3 points of psychic damage.
All right.
And now it has to, yeah, that's it. It just deals with it, and it's there.
It's like distracted mechanically, right?
Yes. I'm reading it wrong, sorry.
It's okay.
While the target is affected by the spell, the target treats the phantasm as if it were real. It's so convinced that the creature can attack the target. Yeah, it's just disadvantaged at it. It perceives the damage. Yeah. It doesn't necessarily say. I think it can avoid it if it wanted to with a intelligence save.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's, yeah. The target can use its action to examine the phantasm with an intelligence check. If the check succeeds, but that would take its action to do so. So you're at least canceling out its action on that. Yeah. That's great. Awesome. Very cool. All right, that was Alistair's turn. Yori, you are up. Gwen, you're in deck.
Oh, I have move it still. Sorry.
Oh, so sorry. Go ahead. Please.
Yeah, I was going to.
You don't want to just hang out there and see what happens?
Nope. I'm going to head to the cave, and I'll even. I'm 30 feet away from it, 20 feet, 15 feet.
I'd say you're like 20. You were like 20 feet away from it, right? 5, 10, 15, 20. Yeah. 20 feet.
Right, cool. I'll take the half movement. I'll drag Yori with me. And can I grab them both?
Yori resists.
Can I drag them? You're going to resist?
Yeah. You're not going to make it contested.
No, it's not even worth it.
Okay.
I can't.
If you try,
I can't outdo that.
Do you want to try to drag Siobhan? I will say both, because you so it's 20 feet to get in the doorway. It's 15 feet, so it means you'd be in front of it.
Yeah, no, I know, but they got movement too. So if they want to drag me, that'd be awesome. But yeah, just pull them back with me.
Okay. Do you still want to pull Siobhan?
Yes.
I would let him.
Okay. I really wanted Siobhan to.
Joe, would that keep me within 30 feet of gutter?
Good question. Yeah.
As long as I'm within 30 feet of Yori and gutter.
Yeah. You are just within 30 feet right now. And you are definitely within 30 feet of Yori. Okay. Nice. That was quite the turn. Yori, you're up. Gwen, you're on deck.
Before Yori goes, do I have a free action to yell? Can I yell something?
Yeah, yell. Do it.
Great. Yori, we could take the baby inside. Listen, I know what Yori wants to do, and I don't disagree with him, but we can't fight all three. But we might be able to take the small one inside.
Right. I love that.
Honestly, I'm gonna burn my free action to yell back. It's like, little man, you told me my story doesn't end here. You do what you're trying to do right now. I guarantee you someone's story is going to end tonight, and it's not going to be them.
I will say, I think I'm aboard too. Like you do feel Alistair like try to grab you, and you're like kind of like
I
resisting.
understand the plan and the motion here. Yeah.
Hey, I understand Yori. I'm just trying to
Yeah.
appeal to it.
No, absolutely. Yeah.
Same thing with Io. Yeah.
What the group is trying to say to you, Evan, is they don't want you to do what you want to do.
Yes, absolutely.
No, they don't trust
Roll
me.
for it.
That's what it is.
Oh, we trust you.
Yori's thinking is like they don't even trust me.
Yeah. Roll a wisdom
As Yori
save.
almost got swallowed by one of these.
I still has a tooth sticking out of him.
Yeah.
All right. I got this. All right. Giant's Might.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Sorry, man. I'm sorry. I tried.
It's all right. No, the fact that you have one there that even if it's not painted is still awesome.
Yeah.
Plus he's got a cool pose. It's great. All right.
Does have a cool pose.
So yeah, I stepped the 5 feet toward the big tyrant, and then
Okay.
I try and grapple it.
Okay, you got it.
I'm gonna use, let's see, 20 charges, 25 charges. Let's see, I had 35, so 20 charges have been down to 15 of his armor.
Okay.
Which so that'd be 4 counts of the strength increase, which means he gets a plus 12 to this.
Okay.
Plus he gets advantage on strength checks. He gets 19 plus 12, so 31. Yeah, 31.
Okay.
Oh,
Cool.
plus 4 because that's an ability check.
Would have had to roll on that 20 to be able to do that. You successfully grapple this creature.
Okay, that's an attack. Grapple is an attack. I get 2 attacks.
Yes, you do.
My
Yep.
second attack is to use my feat that I haven't used yet to throw it, which is another it's another check, same kind of grapple check, but I'm using
Nice.
the rest of the charges to give me plus 9 on this one. So,
Okay. I love it.
so
Oh my
let's see.
god.
That's a 29.
Dude, I rolled a nat 1. Go ahead.
Nice.
So he grabs this
Evan,
thing by
Evan,
like
Evan.
yeah.
Sorry, is the distance of this dependent on your roll or no?
No, it's dependent on my size, and the feat I
Okay.
have treats the creature as a 0 in its size, which means I
Yeah,
get
no.
to throw it 6 blocks.
I was gonna say I was gonna give
my-
you a flash.
No,
of
no,
genius
it's
to
just
get you distance,
it's my strength score
take it.
plus the differences in sizes. So something large.
Nice.
Yeah, so that's
Go
6
for it.
blocks. I believe that's far enough to land on the its baby over there. Is that its baby over there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna throw it 6 blocks
Yes.
onto the baby. The what we have worked out for this is it's 1d6 for every 5 feet. So it's gonna be 66.
Okay.
3, 4, 5, 6 to the large thing. So that's
Of
17
which-
damage.
The baby will also take.
Right. Well, the baby takes. Yeah, it's the same thing actually, because it's yeah. I think we just.
I was
simplified
gonna
it.
say, I don't even care what it says. You're throwing a large thing on a small thing, and we already established how heavy it is. Absolutely, it does the same amount of damage.
Yeah.
Holy cow. Rolled a nat 1, so I'm gonna say that it is prone on top of this thing.
Awesome.
Yeah. So he straight up like goes up to it, grabs it by the mouth at first, and that's like the grapple. He's like grappling, getting around it, goes around it by the tail, then picks it by the tail, does a full like 360 and swings it off to the to the baby.
That's awesome.
Awesome.
That's so good. That's I think like so what's funny is that like the tentacle got trampled on its like as it was escaping. I think tentacle doesn't have eyes, but it just makes sense that the tentacle just happens to like kind of come out at that point and like literally does this like thing where it's like, where'd it go?
So cool.
That's so fucking cool. That's so good.
Yeah, I'm so glad I got to use my. That's the feat I got last level, and I haven't gotten to use it yet because we did throwing rules. So yeah, anyway,
Nice work.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm going to use my movement then, the rest of my movement, to move back towards. I guess I still have 25 feet of movement, so I'm going to move towards the door at this point.
25. I am going to say it's kind of the same rules that do apply to our friends over here. You're going to have to shrink down to fit through the door.
No, like that's absolutely what I was going to do. Like,
yeah,
I walk back over. As I'm walking, drop back to my normal size, look at the other people, and go, "Trust me."
Yeah. Cool.
Like,
that gets you. That gets you in the doorway.
And like, as soon as he walks past them, it just has that look. Oh my god, what did I just do?
Oh yeah. It's a moment of like you look. There's like slow motion, like badass music that's playing in the background, and you look at them, and you're like, "Trust me." And then the camera watches as you go to the other side, and you're just like, as you keep on going, like, what did I just do? Awesome. That ends Yori's turn. Gwyn, you're right there. You're right here.
That's awesome. 60 feet get me into the doorway.
Absolutely, yes. 60 feet will get you in there.
Then she'll use her action and movement to just do that.
You got it.
And left for her to do out here, so she'll just get in and.
Awesome. Cool. All right. So it is, man, that phantasmal force.
Can I bonus action?
Yeah.
Look at the tooth in Jory's shoulder. That's my free action.
Yes, absolutely. I'll say like bonus action. If you want to take it out, you could.
Yeah.
You got it. As you go by. Gross. Yeah, I mean, Phantasmal Force isn't an area, right? It's just that it hits, and then they're dealing with that creature, correct?
It's in their brain.
Yeah, it takes a 10-foot cube on. I don't know. That's the weird thing. So range is 60 feet, and then a 10-foot cube.
But it's only visible to the target that it's affecting.
Right.
Right.
It's weird.
Oh no, so the Phantasm can deal 1d6 psychic damage to the target if it is in the Phantasm's area or within 5 feet of the Phantasm, provided that the illusion is of a creature or a hazard. So no, it stays in spot.
I say it stays in its spot, which doesn't mean that it's gone. It just means it stays in its spot from the direction of where this thing is.
Right.
Okay, cool. It just the baby's still alive, just in case everybody's... 17 is not enough to kill it. This one, Dissonant Whispers only half the creatures. Yeah, so it's fully gone from that. So this one is going to try to make its full 50 feet movement back to its position. Is that right? That can't be right.
It should get right back toward the flower patch.
Yeah.
Yep.
Should be right back there. Okay, I'm going to say, Alistair, you made this Phantasmal Force. I'm going to... So it's still there. The question is whether or not it's going to try to get up, deal with the thing that literally threw it, or the giant one that seems to be the biggest threat. I think you have advantage on it, though, because the other one is right there. So, now they're both in danger. So, I'm not going to try to wrap my brain around this too much. I think you have advantage on this. Let's do... We'll say it's just an intelligence saving throw disadvantage. What does it have to roll to see if it's the real thing? Or is it just an action?
It's intelligence 17. It's an action.
Okay. So it has disadvantage on this, we'll say. That'll work. Cool. So it gets up. It's going to make its movement here. That's a natural 17 and a 3. So no, it does not know. So it is going to stay put. The other baby one is going to have to get up using half its movement. Does not have as not as fast as the other ones. That would be crazy. So it's going to take 20 feet. 5, 10, 15, 20. 20 to get right there. And is looking at you. It's not affected by any sort of phantasmal force. You see the creature is like kind of like pawing at the ground as it is kind of staying by its father at this moment. But I will say, you all have a chance to get the F in there if you would like. Give me a thumbs up if that's what you're doing. Mitch.
The reluctant thumbs up. Thank you.
You got it. I mean, it's going to be the top of your turn. If you want to try to shoot out a couple, you can.
Look at Siobhan's head. Like, no. But what I would like to do, since it would be my turn, is that I guess technically I wouldn't be the last one in. What I would like to do is after everybody's in, cast drop an acorn and cast verdure and have it grow into a tree blocking the entrance.
Okay. Give me a second. Did you all hear that sound?
Yes.
I didn't touch anything. That's weird. I don't know what that was. Strange. Okay.
Ghost in the machine.
Ghost in the Machine. Crazy. It does sound like one of my sounds too. That's what's weird. Huh. Okay. So you're trying to use Verdure to be able to make a space. If it's going to be one of the 4 phases. Seed to flower fruit back and you're able to repair it with another plant.
So I've been
Seed,
collecting
flower.
acorns as during this trip. I would like to drop one in the doorway and change it from a seed to a full-grown tree. Right outside the door,
okay.
blocking it.
So I hate to keep shooting you down on this, but the thing is, with that cantrip, for you to be able to just have a tree appear would be nuts. So that's what. So it says you are able to force a non-magical plant to any point in its life from seed to flower or fruit, then back again.
Okay.
Does not mean it turns into a tree. I will allow you to say that it forces like cover for you guys. Is the idea like you could say you can drop like a
There's vines around there.
Yeah, like drop like a flower seed or something like that, and it just kind of like shoots up into a bush that would block the view of you guys. I would allow that.
Okay.
You want to do that?
Or we could say not. I mean, technically, I would not be the last one in. I will be the first one in, if we're following order.
Yeah, but you can come out to the doorway. It's at 10 feet. Like I get you. Like I know you guys can kind of like figure out your way through this. So it's up to you. I will say also, if you guys want, like, so the big ones can't get in, the little one can.
That's what I'm trying.
So there
to
is that
deal, I guess.
Yeah. So I think you putting the bush there would give it like, I think it would have to like figure out where it's at. So I think there'd be a check based on that. So I think that works. Or you can just try to kill it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go in and shoot 2 arrows from deep inside the cave back out at this creature.
You got it. Cool. Go ahead and roll to attack. It does not have the same AC as Mom and Dad.
That we're gonna go with a does a 20, a dirty 20 hit.
Dirty 20 hits.
And then a 24 is going to hit. So both of them are going to hit, and it's going to
Got it.
be 12 and 13 points of damage.
17, 12, 13. Okay. Still up. Looking really hurt, but it's still up. But you guys all have turns before it does. So if you want to kill it here or you want to wait for it to come inside, I'm actually good with either. If you want to hold an action to see if it gets in the doorway. So we'll say, Siobhan, you're the deciding factor. What would you like to do?
Move inside and hold my action to attack before it comes into the doorway.
You got it. Cool. Awesome. So what I'm going to say everybody, whatever version of attack that you would make, go ahead and roll your attack, except for Nalani.
25? 25?
That'll hit. Got to roll miss.
I missed nat one.
Miss.
Dirty 20.
That'll hit.
Makes so much sense. Gwen looks conflicted, and I rolled a 2 and a 7, so I don't think either one hits. Well, the 7 would be 16.
Nope, does not hit. Okay, cool. Is that your damage, Yori?
No. That's my roll to hit. 26.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay,
Good
cool.
Lord. I wish I could do that with a normal attack.
Yeah, I guess honestly, if you're hitting, because it could be a tricky factor. This thing does have a significant amount of hit points. So we'll say go ahead and everybody roll damage. Yeah, so 26 hits.
It needs to make a con save or be poisoned, and it's gonna take
Natural 19.
31 points of damage.
Gosh. Okay, everybody, you can stop counting. Cool. As soon as the thing gets to the door, you wait. You can see the dim light. Sort of. You actually hear the sound of like a pool of water in the distance here, as you guys kind of like duck in the doorway, and you hear this thing screaming as it comes running through, and gets hit massively with all this, and it goes screeching to a halt, hitting into the wall behind it, and it is very much dead. Nice job, everybody. So as we are picking up the pieces of ourselves and venturing further into the cave, that was fun. We're going to take this moment to do our 10-minute break. So we'll see you guys in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Bye.
Nice. Never mind. Fuck it. It's too late.
That was nonsense.
That was
Sorry.
comedic timing right there.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. That was amazing. Excuse me. That was so funny. I had to set up like what I was going to be playing, and I completely forgot what I was doing. Yeah, we'll just do this. It's fine. Excuse me. All right. What was the question? Hold on.
How far? I'm sorry. How far from the entrance of the cave until we could be out of view of the parents?
Gotcha. Okay. Not that far.
Okay. Can we drag
Not
the
that far.
baby with us?
You absolutely can. Yeah, if you're wanting to do what you're going to do with the baby.
Yeah.
Can we call it juvenile? No, that's not
Juvenile. Yes.
Juvenile. Yeah.
The smaller
For
one.
an
The
infant?
smaller one.
The
It's-
small creature, which actually is not even a small creature. It's your size.
Yeah.
The smaller creature.
It just has the
Yeah.
mind of a
Adolescent?
baby.
Is that better?
Yes.
Small creature works fine. Medium creature.
The baby-shaped creature.
All right. I'm sorry.
Oh, good. Okay. So, first things first, you guys managed to do your damage to the smaller creature and drag it away. I'm going to see just to see if they see it. Okay, one of them definitely sees you drag a body away. Yeah. So let's go ahead and handle that first. Say, Alistair, are you trying to harvest?
Yes. Yes, please.
I'm
Got it.
giving you guidance.
Gwen
Cool.
will assist after her momentary code of ethics gets worked through.
Yeah. If it helps, I think, Gwen, you do look at this thing, and it is. This actually might not help, knowing Gwen. This thing looks like. This thing looks a little. It looks like it's kind of like something that has evolved from something else in a way that is probably natural, but is extremely harmful to any It would be extremely harmful to let one of these loose in Dare's Wharf, for example.
Yeah, her scientific brain totally will take over.
It's an invasive species.
Yes. Cool. So yeah, Alistair, you have advantage on your medicine check
And guidance.
and guidance.
And Nolani would like to offer guidance by reminding him that an animal's brain provides just enough solution to tan its hide.
That's right.
Interesting. Is that true? I don't know.
Yep.
We're all learning today.
Yeah.
I just
That's
tend
amazing.
to trust Mitch when he says stuff like this.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
It's knowledge.
No one asked why he knows. Hopefully
He
it's
posted it before. I
Gabe.
looked it up,
Hopefully
yeah.
it's
He's
Gabe.
done it.
Just like
With-
bananas.
With guidance, it was a 21.
21. Cool. 21, you're able to pull. Are you able to pull 3 more teeth from it? You are able to. I will say, if you want to spend the time to, I would say this takes about 10 minutes to do so. Actually, really, it should take an hour. It's going to take an hour. It's going to take an hour to hide this thing if you wanted to do that, or to take out its hide. Let's see. Is there anything else specifically you're looking for with it?
I mean, if there's anything that as I'm cutting this thing up that looks unique, is there anything within it that shines as magical at all, including the brain?
Absolutely not. Not a single thing. You look at its big sort of dumb eyes, and you get the like sense of like this thing must. Your its perception involving its sight is actually less. It's like there's two different sort of types of perception checks for it. You imagine these things are very like not blind, but they don't see very well at all. So nothing useful from the eyes.
Yeah. No, I would say, I mean, Alistair's not taking any trophies, so the only thing he would take would be things that he thinks he could find use for. So hide, teeth, things like that.
You got it. You hear the like the sound of the creature screaming, and you feel this like dum, dum, as you hear it do it one more time, and then lets out another screech. As you can tell, it actually probably harmed itself. Yeah, I think in that moment you start to hear it stalk away. You gather you gather those pieces. Gwen, I know you're helping him out, but I would say anybody who wants to roll a perception check or anything in this area of the cave that you're at. The one thing I can tell you as you're rolling is that you see that this cave itself seems to be. There were some interesting sort of depictions that were out in front of it, but as soon as you walk in, you see that it looks to be very natural in its design. It does not look necessarily man-made in any way, except that you do see that it seems to kind of slope off down, like a gentle slope, like maybe no more than maybe 20 feet down into this like in this large hallway sort of look. I'd say maybe about 20 feet wide.
Question: would we get a short rest during this time?
Absolutely,
Exactly my same question.
If we rolled a
everybody
perception
except
check?
for Alistair.
Right.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
we have to
absolutely.
do the okay. So we can do.
That was a not good.
Yeah, I would say Gwen starts to wander off probably when Alistair starts skinning the hide. So
Okay, cool.
I am going to cast Borrowed Knowledge on myself for this first little hour so that I can have proficiency in perception.
You got it.
And I think
Hit that plus
Holy
one.
cow,
right
Dan.
before
Sorry, go ahead.
I also think
You got crazy loud.
no.
You're good.
I think right before I go off to help Gwen, because that's what I'm going to do, and I'm actually going to be providing the help action. I think this is also part of the help action. I'm giving a pep talk. I'm like, okay, y'all were amazing in that, especially you, little man. I'm never gonna doubt you again. And I am going to go help my friend Cook here and help her find some perceptions. And then I think I'm just trying to point out, it's like, hey, did you notice that? Did you notice that? To try and give her as much assistance with her checks as possible.
Sure, absolutely. Cool.
When you address Yori, he looks back at you and just says, "Hey, Io, we're alive. Feels good."
It does. Actually, one last thing before we leave. I think before we get in our next dangerous situation, let's at least think about a group name, because naming ourselves might give us a little bit of divine fate. The gods kind of like legendary groups. Just saying. But yeah, so come on, y'all, let's all go do our best work.
Okay. As Io walks off, trying to avoid the looking at the camera as the DM god is having to deal with the possibility that halfway through this campaign, we're going to have to change the name of this campaign. Io, you take 80 points of psychic damage.
I'm dead.
Yori has a list. He's got a whole list. He's trying to write a poem of our deeds. You got to have a name for the thing, the group that's doing it.
You guys do whatever you want. I'm not changing the name of this campaign. But
yeah, I think that's totally fair.
Cool. All right. So, Gwen, I have some specific ideas for you. So I'm going to actually kind of like push you last. Alistair, you're able to gather all those things. I think that's the time that you're spending during that hour. So anyone else, any specific checks that you're looking for? If not, we'll switch right to Gwen.
No, I think Yori's pretty beat up, so I think he's kind of more resting, and he's also maybe taking up some beat up kind of scraps of paper and writing on them.
Okay, you got it. Siobhan?
Siobhan's just gonna hang out with Yori and Alani. Yori, do you need healing?
I'm all right. And above board, the short rest, I use enough hit dice, so I'm at 54 to 61. So I'm missing like 7 health at this point. So
okay.
And Nalani's just kind of sitting there watching Alistair, and he has taken a journal out of his packet, which Alistair might notice is his journal, Alistair's journal that he had picked up at the campfire when Alistair threw it at his feet and stalked off one time.
Did this happen above board?
Yeah,
This happened.
I missed that.
This
I remember that.
Remember when Alistair was rude to Nalani and threw his journal at the ground and stalked off? I picked it up.
It was
And
in the forest on the road.
And I have it.
The road to Celeste.
So I've taken it out and I am sketching in it pictures of this creature and Alistair harvesting.
Okay.
I'm gonna also ask Nalani. You've got a bow and arrow. Do you have something else that can shoot from a distance? Because maybe I shouldn't be that close to creatures like that.
That's probably a good idea. Nalani goes rummaging in his bag and pulls out a light crossbow and says, I kind of hate this thing. Real archers use longbows. But you're welcome to this if
I'm not an archer, so I will not take that as the insult.
And I also have arrows to it, or bolts, if you will, that I give you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Nice.
Mark down this 229.
That every backhanded thing Nalani just did in the past 20 seconds. Yes.
Yeah.
I love it. Okay. I mean, roleplay wise, I think, Alistair, you do eventually see that is your journal that he's in.
I mean, honestly, considering the only thing I would do in addition to that is reach over and spend a minute casting Mending on Yori's tooth hole in his arm.
Okay.
I think about halfway through it, I'll look at him and go, it's not a good job. It'll be a really nice scar. Just so you don't worry, you'll have a good scar.
Nice.
Awesome. The idea of, I guess I assumed you said armor, but you were like literally in the term of skin, but not mechanically helping out in any way. Yeah, I love that. Absolutely. That happens. No healing, just skin being pulled closer together. I love that. That's great.
Yep. Just stopping the bleeding.
Cool. Awesome. For the record, you guys can hear like the cave sounds, right?
I don't quite hear anything.
I don't think so.
Okay. 1 second. Let's check.
Very cool background you've got, though.
Hey, thanks.
Now I
Yes, I hear
Okay.
cave sounds.
All right. Cool. This should be slight. I purposely do not have music right now. Cool. So as you guys are kind of like collecting yourselves, trying to relax, Gwen, you're moving a little further down the hallway, away from the more violent sounds. Io moves with you. Io, we've been very relaxed on talking about this too much because I don't want to necessarily have it be a to take away from the RP. But I will say at this point, Io, there is no ignoring the green glow in your pocket as you take the conch shell out, and it is not pulsing. It's just glowing.
Okay, definitely knowing that, I know I'm going to be helping Gwen any way I can, but I think...
You could retcon, that's fine.
Just a very slight retcon, like, that's part of my interest, but after I notice this thing's not even pulsing, it's just solid glow, and I remembered that the symbol's the same as the outside of the cave. I'm going to take it out, I'm going to hold it up, and actually now is where I think it'd make more sense to make a perception check to see, does the cave respond to this conch shell at all?
Okay. Yeah, give me a perception check.
Okay. And that's a dirty 20. Oh no,
Dirty
sorry.
20.
Perception. No, 16.
16.
I saw the P ending in N, and then persuasion and perception got twisted. Don't
So the 16, holding in the area that you're in, this like hallway, you're kind of like holding it up against the walls, and you notice that, I mean, it is blinding green. Like mechanically speaking, I would say it's like 30 feet, like 30 feet of bright light and then 60 feet of dim light after that. Probably honestly should have rolled for that to be really distracting for the dinos, now that I'm thinking about it. But yeah, it's blinding. So I think with the 16, it is really hard to tell if you're able to kind of like have it manipulate anything. Gwen, you're trying to like look at something and it's like there's this like just blinding thing kind of in your viewpoint. I would like Io to roll an Arcana check here, actually.
Okay. And that is a 18.
18. You are aware that it's magical. That's not a thing with this roll. And I would say, I don't know, someone can correct if I'm wrong, no one's really explained what it's done to everyone else except for like that it's not doing to you. Someone correct me if I'm wrong.
I think you're right.
I mean, there's a little bit of description, like we said it made Gwen see blood.
Right, but
But that's it.
did we say that above board? Like, or sorry, in game, excuse me.
Yeah, in game.
I think so, because Siobhan wanted to throw it away again, but
I think on the boat, the most that we said, or that maybe Siobhan said, was that it did bad things to Alistair.
maybe that was it.
I think that's all that we
I mean, we could also handle it this way. Gwen, you see this thing being held relatively close to you.
Yeah, I think she would in that moment just say, just be careful with that. That's what made me see all the rivers of blood.
Really? But that's weird. Like, it ain't do shit to me except... Except if anything, it kind of seemed to put my own patron at bay.
Excuse me.
Do you think should I try talking to it?
Wasn't it like pulsing on the ship? Like it was blinking, and then when we got here,
And now
was
it's
it
not.
blinking faster?
And now it's just solid green. Yeah.
I think Gwen did notice that it was pulsing, and she'd say, you know, it was pulsing before. Now it's steady.
Maybe it gets faster the closer you get to where it wants to be.
So should we keep, I guess, going on this path, or you know what? I'll be careful with it, but it seems to like is a strong word, but not want to hurt me. I am going to try detect thoughts on it.
Okay. Interesting.
Gwen is going to cheerlead you on. It's fun.
Okay. Cool.
Oh wait.
I heard an 08.
From where they're at,
No.
are
That
they
was
within,
that was me mentioning something to myself. That's all.
Okay.
from where they're at, are they within 30 feet of Alistair?
Yes, this hallway's... well, actually, it's dependent upon them. This hallway, I didn't say the length of this hallway, which is probably about maybe 60 feet, honestly.
This is probably something that would have happened towards the beginning. So I would say we're probably still within 30 feet.
Cool.
Yori was, talking with us too, so we're not too far away. I think.
Okay. Cool. This is the point that I have to open all y'all's things. Okay. Io, you open your mind to this thing. You hear a response. Actually, sorry, you're not asking anything right now. So you hear words being said over and over again, as if you're interrupting a conversation that it's having with itself. But it's just repeated phrase over and over again. You do not understand the language.
Shit. Gwen. It's talking, but I don't know what it's saying. Ooh, you know what I want to do? Can I try to perform whatever it's saying? Like mimic, like
Oh,
literally
yeah.
mimicking it.
Absolutely, you can.
That's what I'm going to do to Gwen.
Give me that performance check.
Okay. So, the thing is... That is a 16.
Okay. So you're just repeating the sound that you're hearing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Gwen, you, so I assume you're doing, is it comprehend languages always on, or are you turning it on?
I had to spend 10 minutes, and I was going to do it, but not until she had looked around a little bit first to see if there was like writing anywhere before she spent 10 minutes to do it. So I don't know if she would have it up yet.
You got it. So this is interesting too. So we said specifically you're no further than 30 feet away, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So what
Okay.
language? is it a language that others would know? Me.
No, not you.
Okay.
Yori,
The giant.
you recognize the language. As you hear Io in like broken Sylvan
Oh, so
say, through echoes deep and ripples old, find the secrets that water told. You hear as Io kind of repeats it again. He doesn't even necessarily know that he's repeating it, right? As the Sylvan language is odd and strange, probably phonetic in certain ways. But you do catch that as Gwyn. I'll say, Gwyn, go ahead and roll me that investigation check with advantage.
okay, that is that's only a 10.
Okay. With a 10, you're looking specifically at the stone. The walls themselves now looking like this, like kind of craggy, broken apart in different ways. That natural sort of craggy look. It is mostly black, but you notice, even with a 10, you notice that in between there is this faint bit of blue. It's like almost like a see-through blue, like the edges of some of these stones are like unrefined sapphire.
So
Here, I'll put it in here for you guys.
thanks. Yeah. When I was saying it in Sylvan, I think Yori is kind of like translating it in his head a bit. I mean, Common is the language he spoke probably the most. Like it's the one in his head, and so he's probably just saying it through echoes. It's deep, and it's been a while since he's spoken Sylvan, but something old. Find the secrets that water told. It rhymes in Common. Wow. That's what it's Sylvan. You're speaking Sylvan? You're speaking the Fey language.
That's what the shell.
Fey.
The shell's talking. Come on, y'all. I can communicate with it, but I'm gonna need a translator.
Well, I can translate it, but anything that
Gwen is gonna reach out and touch Io and cast tongues on him, so now he can understand. What it is.
I'm gonna go up to Io
Just-
and start giving him guidance.
be really careful. Anything that has to do with the Fey, just be really careful.
Look at me. Isn't this face the very soul of caution?
Yeah, we're a very careful group.
I think you just have a flash to Alistair, if looking like what's his name, Lannister, like wiping blood across his face and his knife. And,
Yes, so good.
And I think with that, Io takes a deep breath. He silently mouths a prayer to Frida, and he establishes his mental connection. Is this your? Hi. What exactly is through echoes deep, ripples old? Find the secrets that water told. What secrets?
You just hear in response, through echoes deep and ripples old, find the secrets that water told. You find out in this instance, you said, I can communicate with this thing. That's not true. It's playing, it's like it's a message that's being played over and over again.
Well, apparently, looks like this thing is not so much talking as it's almost like it's playing something in a loop, almost like Al, I know you know what it is. Just
It's a
here,
riddle. It's a riddle. I know
Yes.
it's we gotta break it down.
I love
Okay.
riddles. I'm not very good at them though.
You
Does
and me
anybody
both,
else
little man.
ever? When I was in Ariscar, it's not my favorite place, but there were a lot of books, and sometimes I'd find one. You know, the ones that like tell you about like a secret place that you could go to, or like they have a map, or it's like a story about some treasure somebody found. I feel like I'm doing that. Like this is the first place I've been that's like that, and yeah, there's like riddles, and then also we gotta watch out for traps because there's always traps.
Yeah. Actually, you are
Gwen would
really right about
know
that.
more than any of us. I mean, you did this in Maracaibo, right? I mean, you guys just found that place.
Yeah.
So
I
you
wish
can.
you had tried to talk to it on the ship so we could see if anything had changed. That's all right.
So, what do you think our first move should be then?
Well, come look at this, and she's gonna point out the cracks in the cave where the sapphire is, and just point it out to everybody as we continue
Got it.
to explore this little area that we're in right now.
Gwen, do you have proficiency in investigation?
Well, that was going to
You
be
do.
another question that I asked.
This you would add your proficiency in for the record. If it's anything involving this, you would be, yeah.
Then yeah, because I added it before. Investigation, we say.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually pretty good. That's a 17.
17. You so it's still kind of like it's stuck in these like sort of in between sort of cracks that are pretty far out. It almost looks like it's kind of like the pieces of whatever like sort of like sapphire like substance seems to be almost like hidden away in these cracks, like as if like maybe the outside world has like melted it into form. So with a 17, you don't necessarily gain any new knowledge right now. It's just too far away. It's hard to, you don't have like any piece of it in your hands right now or anything like that. I'll say the cracks themselves are probably maybe an inch apart, if that.
I mean, did the cracks? We're gonna go really can't think of the word right now. Wow, brain. Do they seem like ripples, or are they just cracks?
I'll say with a 17, you do notice that it looks like it does seem to follow that. So that was good. It does seem like it looks like it follows a route in the way of not necessarily a ripple, but in the way that that rivers and creeks
So it looks
are
like
trying to search for the larger body of water.
that would head towards something larger.
Right. But I will say in this regard, like, I'd say like maybe 50 or 60 of them, like just under, maybe even just 100, under 100. It's a bunch of tiny little cracks that do seem to, like if you were to imagine them as flowing, they do seem to go in one direction, which is forward through the cave.
Yeah, so I think she would say, I think we need to follow these, see where they lead.
Right.
If the hour is passed up, can I
Mhm.
go view and investigate what she's pointing out?
Absolutely, yeah.
Awesome. That would be a 21.
21. So this is, I mean, this is Gwen's place, Alistair, but you have something very specific that actually kind of helps you here. These cracks are glowing to you.
Does it? I know you were using this more as a metaphor, but does it look like it is flowing or is it stationary?
Oh, interesting. Like the flow of magic?
Right. Yeah.
No, it is stationary.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Doesn't look like it's like spreading, like as far as like the idea of like having that
Right.
sort of, yeah.
And I know you said the crack was about an inch wide. About how deep could I touch it with a finger if I like put a finger in a crack? And
I say it's about a foot deep, in varying sort of areas. But I'll say, like, honestly, if you can, like, you'd have to really kind of stretch out to it to be able to get. But I think you probably spending the like 10 minutes or so that you guys are here, you can probably find one area that you can just barely touch.
We touch it.
yes.
Of course, touch the butt. I don't think you feel anything.
Okay. This kind of jogs my memory, and I'll look at Gwen and ask her, do you still have that
Excuse me.
rock that you showed me on the ship?
Yeah. I'll take it out.
So the two questions I would have immediately, if she'd let me touch it, does it feel the same as what I just touched in the rocks, and does it look the same? I'm not going to touch it if it doesn't look the same. That seems pointless.
It doesn't. Well, it doesn't look the same. Dominium. I'm assuming this is the Dominium.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dominium, as far as we've known from the scholarly exploits that all three of you have been in, is green. As far as the texture, it does feel similar in the same way that I would say, it feels almost glass-like. So yeah, that part does feel similar. I don't think with your check, I don't think you necessarily like feel like anything that necessarily means anything.
Right.
As like there's multiple stones that would share that same sort of texture. Excuse me.
I would tell Yori and Gwen specifically to look for places where it might be close enough for a quick and easy grab, like to chisel it out. I mean, we're not going to spend the time to dig a foot into the rock, but if it comes any closer, I think we should take the time. I'll tell everybody it's magical and how this was all Gwen's idea, and she led me to this idea.
Don't worry, Gwen will be taking out her miner's pick that she's never used in front of you guys before, but we've got it right.
Yeah.
Do you want to try to chip some off?
Can we reach
If
it?
there's something that's close enough that's not going to take us an hour to do, I would absolutely, yeah.
I'd say miner's pick is going to take you a couple hits to be able to even get to it, and then
I think I
pull it.
since he's way stronger than me.
Yeah, absolutely. Give it to Yori.
Here you go, Yori. You want to see if you can collect some of this?
Yeah.
Just be really don't go beat it out. Just try and get it out.
Yeah, it's like smithing. Sometimes you have to have like a soft touch, and sometimes you really need to wail on it. But for this one, yeah, we don't want to break it. So I'll give it a try.
Cool. I will say you do have to get with the axe itself. I imagine at the smallest sort of point, it might be like 1.5 inches, right? So I think you would have to like hit this thing to be able to even get to that, right? And in that regard, you're digging through stone.
Yes.
So Yori, I'm asking, do you? You would have to hit it pretty hard to be able to get past that stone.
I try to gauge it best I can, as far as like, if it's the stone part, start hard, and then when we get closer, try to lighten up a little bit. But yeah, in general, if you're gonna break something out of stone, you got to hit pretty hard around it.
Cool. All right. You go ahead and roll an attack roll for me, please. And we'll say it's the same thing on this.
All right. First one is a nat 1 for an 8. So, great.
Yori, you slam into this, managing to fully, this miner's axe does not have the same weight as your other weapons. So you feel pretty good with what you just accomplished on that. You're feeling probably pretty good at yourself. You take that swing, thwack, thwack, thwack. I need you to roll, everyone. I need you to all roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Yes.
Dude.
Wow, Yori.
I like extremes. I like to really
Apparently.
just go on either side of it. Yeah.
17 for Gwen.
Nice.
A 9 for Io.
A 10 for
11.
me.
Gary.
19.
There we go. Cool. Everybody that rolled above a 15, you're not really sure why everybody else is reacting as the rest of you take 12 points of psychic damage. As you hear a sound that is deafening to the point of it almost sounds like Yori just went ham at your eardrum.
Oh.
Sorry. So, I don't.
Ouch.
Does that sound like a normal echo to everybody else? It seems like it's pretty loud.
Loud, but
Yeah, that was
pretty hard.
That was more like an explosion.
Should I hit it again?
No,
Please don't.
My
Okay.
head hurts.
Alright.
I can't take that.
maybe we wait to try to collect until we find a larger deposit of it that's closer to the surface.
That doesn't sound like a great idea.
Well, I just maybe we should.
Gunpowder. Do you have gunpowder left, Yori?
I didn't bring any gunpowder with me, but that's a good. I really should.
Now is
That
not
much.
the time to go from an is to a was, y'all. Can we at least follow Gwen's advice and try and find a bigger deposit?
I'm gonna pull a ball bearing out and throw it as hard as I can on the floor. Does the same thing happen?
Ball bearing like this, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Throw it at the wall.
I will questioningly look at Gwen
It's
and
gonna.
do like that, and then look at the where the vein of glass is at, and back to her, and like,
We need to know. She'll take the ball bearing and throw it at the wall.
Okay, just take it out of his hands and do it for. Go ahead, roll me an attack roll as if you were using a physical weapon.
Well, strength or dex.
choose the better.
Surprise me.
Right. Do I have proficiency? Another question.
I would say no.
How many ball bearings have you thrown?
I almost every time answering that question, I'm like, yeah, you do. Like, let's not worry about that. But no, you absolutely would not.
Yeah, it's we said it didn't matter dexterity or strength.
Mm-mm.
I think it's funnier for strength. So
Okay. What was it?
12.
12. Cool.
Does it even make it to the wall?
The 12,
Better than
yeah.
average.
Okay.
Yeah. AC of the stone wall would probably be, what, 10, I think?
Wait,
Maybe it's just we need more information.
We should go farther.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. I
Ethos
mean,
was part of
it's
the.
science. I'm still holding out Alistair's notebook, writing in it. Like, isn't it science? It's science, right? Like, hit it again. Hit it again.
are you writing in it, or are you just holding it
To
out?
hit it at least
I'm
30
writing
times.
in it. I'm writing
I'm
in
not
it.
going to do anything.
Yeah.
I don't like this though, because we don't know what caused it, and we don't know if it woke something up or if it hurt something.
I know it hurt me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
me too.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if we don't know something about anything, we should probably do nothing ever.
I just start laughing.
You guys can move forward if you'd like.
Yeah. I think Gwen starts to move forward.
You got it.
Hit it, Yori. Hit it.
Io's still being a helpful assistant, so he's following
I-
behind.
Io, you have a blinding, like, conch shell in your hand. What are you doing with that thing?
I think I'm gonna go ahead and store it just so I'm not blinding everybody else around me.
You got it. Yeah, you just put it in your bag. Yep, cool. So if you put it in your
I
bag,
wanna
it's
try-
not. Go ahead. No, you're good.
I want to try to be behind the front person.
Okay.
Reasons.
You got it. Yeah, absolutely. You guys move out to a. I just realized now I didn't put this in here. Hold on 1 second. It would make sense for you guys to see this. As you guys walk out, you notice that the path seems to sort of widen abruptly as you hear the sound of water. Not necessarily rushing, but it seems like it's kind of like moving in a direction. One of the things that you definitely hear is the sound of like steady drips into the water. That bloop, bloop, bloop. And you all come to a scene that looks alike. I'm waiting for it to load. I don't know why it's that load.
The suspense.
Oh, I guess I gotta choose it. There we go. Looks like this.
With those guys there.
Is Mask here?
Yes, Mask would be here.
I'm gonna look at him concerned and see if he's equally concerned.
Did you want me to go ahead? I don't know. I'm feeding off of your perception. I'm in your mind. I'm just a.
Do you know what the hell this place is? This looks like cultish stuff.
Yeah. I don't know. I've done a lot of work to try to stay away from any groups in general.
Cool.
Hey, above board, when she's talking to Mask, how does it look to Nolani, is she
Yes,
just like
boss.
randomly talking to the air?
Oh yeah, we never decided if I have to like actually speak it or if it's telepathic.
I think you have to speak it. I'd say,
Yeah, it would make sense.
yeah, I think you have to speak it.
Yeah, so I'm just talking to the darkness right now.
Nice.
She has
Everybody roll me a
talked to
perception
you.
check. As you guys figure out, as you guys are wondering what the hell Siobhan's talking to.
23.
15.
23. That's good.
22. 22.
22 is also good. So what you see before you, 12, okay. For those that roll to say above a 17, well, we'll start with the lowest rolls here. So what you guys see before you is a cave with 5 different statuesque beings. At first, I would say, maybe anyone who rolled below a 10 might assume that they're alive, but the rest of you are going to see above it, they do seem to be statues. The figures seem to be of a varying sort of size and shape. Some of them seem more humanoid than others. You'd have to look closer to be able to inspect what those are. But if you rolled above a 17, one of the interesting things that you notice is there is dripping water that seems to be coming from all of them. They're varying in sizes. So you see 5 of them. The highest one, the biggest one, seems to be kind of like almost like sitting like on a platform. That one is about 50 feet up. The next closest one seems to be a little bit skinnier, as a 25 feet. You see one that seems to be below that one, right about maybe 15 feet. And then 2 that are relatively closer to your level. One that's at about 10 feet and the other is about 3 feet from the ground. For those that rolled above a 20, they see the pool of liquid in front of them, and you notice that the statues seem to be kind of sitting in the pool. In a way that does seem like it's kind of like almost on purpose. It's not like this place has gotten flooded. It's like it is designed as a pool, and these things are in it. The water itself seems to be glowing blue. There's no light in here, but there does seem to be light that seems to be reflecting from the bottom of the surface there. Looking through, you can see clear ground. It's the clearest water you've ever seen, honestly. And you can see just like a cave floor underneath. I'm going to say with the 22 and the 23 from Nolani and Alistair, tell me specifically what you're focusing on.
Do the statues have any significant differences, like ages or certain physical characteristics that are exaggerated or less on others? And if they seem to like represent different things, you may not have to give me exact.
Right. From the perception check, they definitely seem to represent different sort of forms, different creatures. All kind of various sort of forms of like somewhat humanoid. Some others, I'll say on closer inspection, you notice that they're kind of far away from that. But what you notice as looking at the statues is that the water that is dripping is kind of like, you see, let's say the most humanoid figure you can see is like kind of like holding an outstretched hand like this, and water is dripping from its fingers. And you notice just from the sound, all these figures have water dripping from it, not really sure where, and they're all hitting the pool at the same time. Nalani, what are you looking at?
Nalani, remembering that there is the word I cannot pronounce, basilisk,
You did
Mhm.
it.
in the vicinity, is examining these to see is there any evidence that these are creatures turned to stone or are they carved?
Great question. I will say, and because you rolled so high on that, I will say what you notice is that it looks like each one of them seems to have like a column underneath it, looking like it was most likely there on purpose, like it was carved.
Okay.
So now at this point, you guys can get a little closer to inspect.
Absolutely.
We'll say there's 5 statues here. So the sizes are 3 feet, 10 feet, 15 feet, 25, and 50.
As we get closer, do we see any writing on any of the statues, or are they just?
I'm going to say at this point, because they are pretty spread out, you can choose one to look, if you'd like.
I think
You
Gwen
could
would.
say, like, for Gwen, you could say, like, Gwen, like, the closest one would be, like, 3 feet.
I think she would actually go for the center one, fly up there.
You're going to fly up there? Is that what you said? Cool.
I don't touch
Love
the
that. Awesome.
And I think
So you fly above, so you're going to the one that's 50 feet. That's like, okay, awesome. Go ahead, Io, you were going to say something.
Yeah, I was actually going to say, since Gwen's kind of flying, he can't fly. I think what he's going to do, he's actually going to take out his book. And he's going to thumb through it. Does he see anything that looks like this in Grinlotla's book?
Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh boy.
DC 20.
Oh my
Ooh,
goodness.
this is going to be rough. Oh, wow. That's a 3.
It's a 3?
3.
Okay. Io, you immediately fall unconscious. You lose all of your hit points. You are not dead, but you go from your current hit point to 0 and lose consciousness. You see the rest of you as you see what's going on. I think Nalani and Alice, you guys like rolled crazy high on this. You see Gutter actually like running towards Nalani. Gutter sees something that you guys don't. And as Io drops, the book drops itself and closes.
Spare the dying.
Absolutely.
And then I'm going to go over and cure wounds him.
Okay.
I'm gonna follow Gutter's line of sight.
Gutter is looking at the book, looking at him, and then he's going to look right at you. He's not hiding anything. He just can't tell you.
He's looking at Io's book.
He's looking at Io's book, looking at Io, and then looking at you.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I'm gonna run up, and if he's keeping an eye on the book, Io's down. Does he go for the book?
Yeah, I think you see him. You think you see him move towards the book, and he's not going to touch it, but he's like he's going to bend his whole like goblinoid form down to where his face is as close to the cover of the book as he can see. My boy cannot read and rolled a natural 2, but he's concerned.
I'll pull my coat off and see if he'll let me like cover the book and pick it up. I am assuming Siobhan's right there over Io.
Oh yeah, I
Yes.
just healed him for 6.
Cool. Io, you come back up.
Did I see anything before I went down, or was it literally just open lights out?
That's a good question. I think what you hear is something in Primordial that just says, "Not welcome here."
do I get the impression it was saying Grunlatla's not welcome here, or
All you heard was not welcome here. I say anybody who wants to roll like an insight check or whatever on Gutter. I'm not trying to in this part of like a caves or a dungeon puzzle sort of thing. This is not taking place in that.
It's a 15 for me. Sorry.
Okay.
If I was okay, would I notice Gutter being a little freaked out?
Absolutely. I think if you look over at Gutter, Gutter is noticeably freaked out.
Can I reach out, put a hand on his shoulder, and do my senses thing?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely, you can.
All right, let's see. That was a 25 insight.
Oh, man. Okay. So, Alistair, with your 15, you notice, like, Gutter seems to be scared, terrified. Gutter saw Io open a book and immediately started rushing towards him. You saw Io fall with the book, and that was that. The 15 isn't enough to tell you what Siobhan's going to find out, but it is enough to tell you that it seemed like he had an idea that this didn't shock him to see Io go down.
Right.
Siobhan, what you feel is fear in one of its worst forms. Familiarity. This is not the first time this has happened to Gutter.
I'm gonna kind of pull him into a hug, but like keep him facing out and turn him towards Io and just be like, look, he's okay. Io's up. It's okay.
He is shivering.
I'm just gonna keep squeezing him tight.
Got it. This is the first time you guys have noticed anything with Gutter. You guys haven't asked anything about him. As soon as you guys came in here, Gutter shut up. Gutter did not talk. Gutter did not do anything. He followed directions. His eyes were wide, and he didn't show any sign that he knew what was going on until that moment. Because, in this moment, and Siobhan, you get this, the idea that whatever that book is, it's not the only one.
She's just gonna keep holding him tight and making him see that Io's okay.
Okay.
How deep is the water?
Looks to be about maybe 3 feet deep.
I'd like to look underneath the water.
Okay. Got it. Go in. You feel it is I'm gonna need a Constitution saving throw. It's a low DC.
Yeah.
This water is ice cold.
It's a 20.
Fantastic. Yeah. It's cold. You're shivering, you're feeling it, but you're not taking any sort of cold damage or whatever. Looking down underneath, you can see there is roll me a perception check. It's got to be really high for me to give you anything other than nothing, honestly.
Anything other than nothing.
Anything other than nothing.
22. Using the rite of passage.
Coming of age.
Yeah, coming of age.
That's worth a roll. Awesome. I think you notice one of the columns at the bottom of it. It seems you see like there's sediment and like signs of erosion of like this cold water being here for centuries. Who knows? But one thing you do notice is that there is there's just the smallest sort of like, I guess it wouldn't even be small. You notice that there is some markings on the ground right next to this column that is roughly the width of this column. That looks like this thing might have been moved. You with the idea these columns can move. This room is relatively pretty big. So obviously dealing with the issues with IO, there is some other stuff to check out in here before figuring it out. You guys don't have all the answers.
So we were in a tighter space, like a tunnel, and then it opened up to this big room, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, so the initial veins of the mineral that we saw, where do they open up? Do they lead to a central place?
That's a great question. Yeah, if you're still trying to pay attention to the veins, you see the veins actually seem to spread out and get a little thicker in this room as it goes from the sides and seems to like kind of like break out into like little like kind of like cassowary, I think they're called. Not cassowary, that's a bird. Like little sort of things that sort of like branch out and continue forward. But they're past this actually, like it's just like a closed area of the wall that you've now noticed as a door. And I'm going to say because of that, you notice that there is something on this door.
I would love to go investigate that.
You got it. As you do so, Gwen, I'm so sorry. I just realized I completely ignored your look on the page there. You notice writing that you do recognize.
Okay.
This is in Primordial. As you see, the creature that is standing above looks to be. You can see that there's a form of. It's stone, but it looks like it's been carved out to look like water at the base of this creature that has moved up into something that has taken slight humanoid form. No legs, but you see a sort of somewhat amphibious body. You can see like spine or like fins that seem to kind of come from its back, but it has humanoid hands as it is holding out what looks to be like a pool of water in its hands, and it's dripping on the same side. You see there is something written on the statue itself. In watery realms, my fluid grace shines.
And that's on the 50-foot statue.
Yep, you got it.
Cool.
Now, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I think she would make her way around the circle, not touching the water just yet, but looking for writing on all of them. And she would go from tallest to shortest.
Okay.
Looking to see if
Very nice.
like this is like the first line of a poem or, whatever.
Cool. You you go to the next one, the next tallest, and you see something that is hard to make out. Like this is probably the least humanoid-looking figure. And we'll say once I finish this one will be Alistair when you see what's going on the back wall there. You see a figure. I'm gonna actually have you roll either let's say a history. Yeah, I think it's a history check.
That
Dirty
is
20.
only,
Oh, wow, sorry.
That was for Gwen.
22.
Okay. 22. Cool. I just want to make sure this is 100% right, so I'm going to pull up the thing here just to be sure. You said 22?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, there we go. You see something that looks to be like kind of like carved out into these like sort of separated sort of dancing triangles that you start to recognize must be a depiction of flame, as this figure seems to be bathed in it. You notice that there's a very similar to the. Actually, I'm going to give you with a. What did you say? A 21 or 22?
22.
22. With a 22, I'm just going to give you that the other creature that you saw looked to be something like a Marid, which is a water djinn. The other figure that you saw makes sense. It like kind of like gives you like an advantage on this is the idea that it looks like an Ifrit, a sort of similar sort of version of what would be known as an Ifriti, except that this creature is bathed in the fire. It's an older type of. For those who are familiar with 5e, it is an older type of creature, essentially like a being of fire. And you see written in stone, in primordial, wreathed in flames, I am the essence of heat. Alistair, you get to the back. And you see there is no markings on the walls, nothing that like says any sort of like words or anything on there. All you see is this rudimentary sort of like area of concentric circles. They make a very like sort of interesting sort of design. But that's it. That's all you see. It looks something like this.
Turning back around and looking at the statues and the pedestals, are they all uniform in size? Like are they all like 4 foot around, or are they very?
Yeah, I would say, especially when you notice like the columns that they're like kind of stepping on, they're roughly about the same. Yeah.
Okay. Do I see any connection to the? It's just a single drip coming from all of them. That's driving me crazy. Going back over to the pool, does it look like that the ripples coming from the drips? Does that look like if we move them around that I could match the what I'm seeing on those the wall?
It does, except for one.
Except for one.
Now at this point, looking at the rest of the statues, you look at them and they look to be some sort of visual representation of
Okay.
elementals.
So there's 5 of them.
We'll say if you want to wait for Gwen to finish her, Gwen, you'll notice something interesting about the last one.
Okay.
Because you're going from highest to lowest, right?
Yep. Yep.
No matter what roll she makes, I'm giving her Flash of Genius.
Okay, you got it. No roll here. I'll say, like, in order, you do see, so looking at the, you look at something that seems to be obviously representing an elemental sort of, an elemental of some air-like thing. And you see, on Winds of Dreams, my spirit soars. You look at the other creature that is set to be, that is 10 feet. It is significantly bigger around. Something that I'm going to say this actually, Gwen. I want you to roll me an insight check.
Okay. Flash of Genius, did you say, or are you holding it? Okay, what's the plus for Flash of Genius?
It's going to be +5.
+5. All right, so that will be a 19.
19. Okay. With a 19, you notice that the Earth one looks like a dragon. You see it kind of like curled up to the side. You see the wings are kind of like stretched out. One of the weird things about this is that this thing looks a little bulkier than the rest. But sizing things up, this thing, if it's supposed to be a representative of Earth, you think like brass dragon, like there's some sort of like Earth sort of represent. Like that would be probably the first thing. I'm gonna say the 19 is the first thing that comes to your mind. Brass dragons are much bigger than this. You get a sense of like coyness looking at the actual like design of the carving of this creature. It actually looks like really mean, like even like mean for a dragon. It looks like it is like nasty and like you see like that the teeth kind of exposed. There's something about the artwork of this, which is the only way I could think about how to be able to this, was that it was. You feel like something's making fun of this thing.
Okay.
And how it's designed.
Okay.
But you get to the last one. And at this point, right, you're thinking like, okay, that's all of them as far as elemental planes are concerned. You get to the bottom of it and you actually see that it is something that looks truly like you see it's like it's a shape of a humanoid figure, but it's 3 feet tall, and you can see that it's like it has this weird sort of like I think it kind of looks like what a humanoid figure would look like if it was like covered in goo. Like there's an ambiguousness to it. Gwen, what are you doing to inspect these things? Actually, I'm going to ask specifically. You've been very careful not to touch the water. That's why I'm asking specifics.
Yeah. I think she's just getting as close as possible. She has a small knife that she keeps, so she needs to gently scrape away any sort of moss or anything to make out the wording or the features better. She would do that. I don't know if she would be as careful not to touch the statues.
Makes sense. Yeah. And you find no issues at all until you get to the last one. You go to try to kind of carve out to be able to kind of like get an idea, and your hand goes right through it.
Okay. So I'm going to look at that closer to determine if it's like an illusion. I'd probably try to signal over to Al to come and,
Yeah, you take your hand out. It looks like your hand just went through stone, and you take it out.
So, because I know he can see magic like all the time, so I would signal to him to come over to, help me investigate more.
Alistair, I think you truly are a little blinded. I think anything that you're going to be noticing in here, you probably have to turn off the marks in that because of how and it's going to get, for the record, it's going to get worse. Like you can see these veins seem to be getting a little bigger, and because they are magical, yeah.
Yeah, I think I'll look at it, but already with what's going on in my head, I'll ask Gwen to run me through the statues.
Yeah, I'll point out that there's one for each of the elements. I'll repeat the little sayings that were on each of them. But we didn't get the Earth one, but that's okay.
Well,
the Earth one was the drag. I'm sorry, you didn't get the
saying, yeah.
In the heart of stone, I find strength.
Okay.
Do you remember what Io was repeating earlier?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
The ripples, the drops. Do you think that
Right. Well, in water's deep. If maybe if he gets some of the water from the water elemental into the seashell.
Yori, for the record, where are you?
So the one that you said had evidence that it had been moved, right?
Mm-hmm.
I straight up right after that try to pick it up. Just put my arms around the statue and try to pick it up.
You got it. Give me a athletics check.
+4.
Mm-hmm. Plus the D4, right?
Yes.
Or is it straight? Yeah. +2, 20.
Okay, cool. In this moment, you recognize that you are very happy to be a 14-and-a-half-year-old. You're not having to deal with a bad back as you strain your back to try to pick this thing up. It will not be picked up. You do feel like you can move it, though.
Yeah, like he's clumsily doing, like if he can't pick it up, he's like pushing it, he's just trying to manipulate it anyway. Not really, he's not very subtle or very investigative, just sort of like, what can I do something with it?
Yeah, you're Link's awakening it. You're trying like everything to try to, yeah. Yep. It does seem like it moves in any direction you want it to.
Okay, so you can like push it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I need another Constitution saving throw.
Because he's standing in the water.
Mm-hmm.
That's only an 8.
Okay. You take 6 points of cold damage.
I'm gonna hop out of the water at that point, but then kind of yell to the group, "Hey, we can move these. It's really cold in the water, but like if you need me to move them a little bit, I can move them. And I don't know where we have to move them, but you could just move them around. We could try everything. We could just try every position if we just push one way.
No,
and then
Yuri. I got there's a picture on the wall. Let's
Those are circles. That's not statues.
That's nothing.
Yes.
Pictures on the wall.
Yes. Yes. Those are, but they're ripples, like the Sylvan.
Oh, like
poem.
the riddle thing. Yeah, the poem.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So if we could, if
So,
I'll
like,
yell at you where to put them, so
will the
that
littlest
we can,
one make the littlest ripple?
That's enough for me. Gwen, you notice that you can move through this thing, given the idea that it's some sort of illusion. You guys have been watching all the drops go at the same time. You notice that this one doesn't ripple out.
Yeah. Is there any writing on this one? Like,
No.
Okay.
Give me a history check.
All right.
And we'll say it doesn't have to just be Gwen. I'd say everybody.
That is another pretty good one. 20, dirty 20.
Dirty 20, nice.
Yeah. Nice, Al.
So I'm gonna give Gwen flash genius.
Okay, to make it 25. Fair enough.
When Gwen figures out what you're doing, I don't know. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah. I do think at this point you rolled pretty well enough to give me an insight check.
Tracks. That's only a 5.
You got it. You're just killing it.
Yeah, I'm awesome.
Especially you're looking around. I think a lot of you are, like Siobhan, Io, maybe Nalani. Siobhan, you're probably concerned with Gutter. There's a point in time right now where you actually like you look at Gutter and you recognize like we really don't know how old Gutter is. Like as the like any sort of form of like maturity level is not present here. It's hard to tell. Like there's something got stunted along the way and you're not really sure how long it is. Gutter is now that you kind of get an idea, and I'm not going to give too much away on this, but you get the idea that there's like something must have happened that stranded Gutter here with no one else.
Yeah, and I'm going to be doing the emotional sensing, particularly when they start moving the statues to see if that ups his freak out.
I'm gonna say separate insight check for that.
That one's not as good. That's a 21.
21. Okay. With a 21, 21's not bad. 21, there's definitely something that like, you know, when they start moving the columns, there's loud noises, you know, there's factors there, but there's also the idea that let me ask you this, Kiki, what do you assume about the situation?
I assume he's seen this before and something bad happened the last time.
You witness him seeing something bad happen to Io, and the rest of the crew continue. So I think with the 21, you get a hint of like confusion. I think you get the idea that what Gutter was hoping when you guys were entering, because he was all for it going in here. I think he thought you guys were the ones that were going to, like, you knew everything. You were just going to bust through. And now he's worried for you all. Because once again, he might lose all of you. Pointedly, though, he does not seem to be, more than the loud noises and shock of that, he does not seem to be scared about the moving columns.
Okay. I'm just going to keep holding him in my arms.
Also, during the time the investigations were all happening, when Io first came back, initially he sees Siobhan holding him, and I think there's a bit of him kind of trying to find a sense of what was going on there, and then he's probably connecting. Probably there would have been that, hey, is he good? And also, never asked this, does he seem afraid? Did he ever seem afraid of me in particular? Like if I would have reached out to be like, hey, I'm cool or something, would he have freaked out or something?
No. He doesn't.
And I think with that, because that was actually crucial for what I was going to do next. At this point, Io remembered his patron saying, not welcome. No matter what, patron doesn't like things here. He's actually just as interested as his.
I never said it was your patron.
Oh, interesting. Even so, I think that bit of interest, I think that still sparks some kind of interest in him researching this place too. So I think he's probably kind of pouring over, and then he would have gone over to Alistair and, hey, what do you need me to do? I can help it. I just, something here is useful.
Okay,
You're going over to Alistair?
Yes.
Okay.
I have your book. When you went down, I wrapped it up in my coat.
That's true. I honestly think I'm pretty excited, so I'm not exactly thinking about it, but I think I probably do pat around for it. It's like, Has anyone seen the book?
Yeah, I have it. I have it right here. What did you do?
I opened it.
Well, why would you open that book in here?
For science. I mean, we're in a weird temple kind of place with water. My patron is some type of water being. I thought I'd be able to learn. I thought I might be able to learn something about it. That maybe the book could divulge.
This is a room of great power in here, and I don't think mixing your friend into this is a good idea. Clearly.
All right. By the way, about the book, I trust you. For now,
You do not know that he has that book, by the way. There's no way. You were unconscious.
He just
Well,
told
Unless
him
he
to-
said, oh, he just said, I'm sorry.
yeah, Alistair just told.
That's all
You're
right.
so right, sir.
I'm having to keep a track of a lot of things right now. I'm sorry.
It's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah.
It's fine.
Okay. I am going to say above board on this moment because I rolled pretty well. Kiki, are you restraining Gutter in any way?
I think so, because like she's trying to, you calm the sympathetic nervous system by squeezing tight. So she's got him
Right.
like kind of in a tight hug, rocking back and forth, trying to calm him down.
Cool. I think I loved the whole concept of like I'm gonna just do that, and so I wanted to give you space on being able to keep this from happening. But Siobhan, you notice Gutter's hands on fire, and he's trying to push away. He's trying to set wherever out, like if it's in his jacket, if it's in whatever, he's gonna try to set it on fire, and you're able to keep him from doing that. But that's what he's trying to do.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna keep. How far away is Alistair?
20 feet, probably. No more than that.
This might be stupid to waste this now, but I'm gonna try to keep him from doing that for as long as possible, and trigger my Blessed Guardian on Alistair.
Okay. Got it. Yeah. I'd say in that moment, Siobhan, you noticed this. You could I don't think Gutter's necessarily trying to be sneaky, but Gutter also probably doesn't want you guys to hate him or get mad at him or whatever unless this was necessary. So I think if Gutter feels like he has all eyes on him as he's trying to set that on fire, he probably wouldn't. You know what I mean? Like that would be they're going to see me. Yeah. He does get the feel like he knows for sure that you guys find that book important. As soon as Io went down to the ground, someone went to Io and someone went to the book.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Then I won't do the Guardian. I will keep whispering to him to calm him down and kind of motion towards Nolani and just be like, hey, come sit with us.
Cool. Give me an animal handling check.
Doing.
He's 100% reverted. Give me an animal handling check.
Oh, that was almost good, and then it wasn't. 9.
I will say I'll give you advantage because you asked Nalani to help you. So Nalani's giving you advantage.
It's a natural 9 for 12.
Cool. DC was 10. You hold him. He's gonna take he's gonna let you guys kind of take the lead on this, but his viewpoint is clearly defined in this moment.
Mm-hmm.
Are you gonna call attention to it?
Yeah. Once Nolani comes over and sits down, I'm gonna be like,
Yeah. So Nolani, if if his intentions are clearly defined, and Nalani perceives that he is not happy with the book and is going to attempt to destroy it, Nalani is going to be glaring at him.
Okay.
And if
That
he
works.
makes a move towards the book, Nalani will, you get the idea, Siobhan, he will use force.
Yeah, Siobhan's just gonna go, hey guys, maybe let's not mess with the book while we're in here.
Yep, I already got that one. By the way, we never. Who got me back up? By the way.
I did, and little man is really freaked out by it, so let's just keep the book put away for now.
Okay, I owe you my life again too. And good deal.
Wait, you went down? You passed out or something?
Yes,
Uh,
I have literally
Yori.
6 HP right now.
Another Constitution saving throw, please.
Are you still in the water? Get out of the water.
No, I said I got out
He's
of the
not
water.
in the water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
It's 21 plus a D4. So do I need to roll the D4?
Nope, you're good. You do feel cold.
Right. Yeah. I think
Is
I'm
his
actually-
hand still up? Sorry.
Ios?
Eyes like
Oh,
Gutters.
Gutters
Yeah.
being held down. So you see the flame, you see it go out. Let's say Alistair, actually, honestly, like for someone who like is a very passionate person about things, if you want to roll an insight check here, like he didn't give much of a fight, and I did kind of explain it in terms of like what you were looking for. But I think for Alistair, it would be a little different.
To be a 19.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Awesome. He didn't work very hard because he knows that doesn't work. Or it didn't work before.
So I'm gonna Alistair push past Io, not roughly, but and we'll just walk over to him, and still using my coat to shield me from actually touching the book. I will want to open it up so he can see it, and just ask him, "Have you seen this before?"
You feel him, Siobhan. You feel him push back against you.
He doesn't like that. I think
Okay.
he has
Cover
seen
it,
it
put
before.
it away.
You will carry that insight. Yeah, you've seen that book before.
He knows. Hey, Alistair, ask him if he knows the guy that we ran into on the beach.
Yep. Gutter, have you been in here before? You've seen all of this moving and all of this? You've seen it before? If I'll put the book and I'll slide it into my bag and lash it up. Can you help us get through? Can you show us the way?
Roll a persuasion check.
Can you flash a genius yourself?
Sure.
So
All out.
14. Well, so
Can
yeah,
I
it's
give
14.
him guidance? I'm within touching.
Yeah.
Can Nalani
Yeah.
reach out and touch Alistair and give guidance?
Yeah.
Sort of 19 and then add a 1, so dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Looks over at Yori, who is Yori. You're still dripping.
Yeah, I was
Kind
gonna
of-
go over to him, but it's kind of
Is
Yeah.
he dripping in tune with the rest of the dripping, or is it a natural drip?
He is dripping in tune with the rest of the dripping.
He wasn't before, but he is now. No, that was
No, he was. Yeah, he was the whole time. Very nice. Good job. Yeah, you
I
see
know
him
he's
look
gonna
over.
stand as a statue.
Yeah, you look over. You see him look over at Yori, and then looks over at the statues. There is a statue that is most likely kind of like right on the edge that you see him start to push inward into a space here. He's able to move it kind of like 5 feet, but then like kind of like teeters on the edge as he doesn't want to be in the pool.
I would help him with that.
Okay, cool, awesome, yeah, absolutely. He kind of pushes it in the direction. Alistair, what do you assume about this area? Actually, Alistair and Gwyn, or Gwyn, either one.
I mean, I would. So I am assuming that the columns need to go, the one that has no ripples dropping in the middle, and then the height of the statues correspond to the size of the ripple. That's what I assume.
Yeah.
That's correct. Okay. So, which means that when you look at the largest one, that means the largest one has to be kind of in the middle.
Right.
Which is why the smallest one is a little off the center. Everything you have looks to be in place. The only sort of missing piece here right now is the smallest one.
The illusion.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I think Gwen would sort of close her eyes so she doesn't look right at the illusion itself, but then start to feel around the area to see if there's something there that she can make sense of without seeing, the illusion that's in the way of perceiving what's there.
Yeah. What you feel is a flat surface. There's more not here than there is here. What you feel is like a flat surface that tells you that honestly, like whatever this figure is supposed to be, it's an illusion. The whole thing is. It's just the top of the column. That's what you feel.
Okay. Do we see anything in this space that should belong there? Like, is it a missing puzzle piece, or does it feel like anything was broken off of this column and they put an illusion in its place to keep people
definitely definitely nothing that feels broken off. I would tell you this: it feels especially flat.
Do I notice that I'm dripping at the same rate as these other statues?
I'd say, because I didn't really have it be like a save or anything on that, I would say at this point, yeah, I think so.
So what I was doing at that time was flying over the water. Once I got out, I just sort of like flew up a little bit.
Sure.
So where the littlest little drip one is supposed to go, Yori is just gonna kind of go over, and wherever he's dripping from, put it as close to the water as possible, just to try to, give a teeny tiny little drip off of him, just to try it.
Okay. Nothing happens.
Okay.
I think seeing that nothing happens, Gwen is going to stand on the column.
Okay. The column at this moment is very easy to get to. You don't even necessarily have to fly to it. You can just step off, as it is kind of close to the outside.
She's resistant to cold, so she'll be fine.
Okay. You're not in the water, just for the record, yeah.
Can you
And
move
then
the
I
goal
think
still?
look at the rest of them and say, "Push me in."
It's really
Okay.
cold.
Yori,
really,
Constitution
really
saving throw
cold.
at this point.
Like,
Oh.
really cold. Like if
Also,
anybody had some fire.
Cold doesn't bother me.
better than that. I'm already on it. I
It's a
think
21, by the way.
at this point, Io
Cool, nice.
looks over at Yuri, and he's going to use shape water, 5-foot cube around him, moving the water out of his clothing. I don't know if I can do that, but that's what I want to try and do.
You can absolutely do that. So you try to remove the water from his clothing, and you kind of siphon it out. Where do you put it?
I'm
on Gwen.
Yes,
In
I'm
the
actually
On
fully
top of
taking-
Gwen.
I'm
Let's
fully
go.
taking Clinton's hint because that's a great idea. I thought about that and I forgot about it when all the craziness happened. Great idea.
Okay, so you're putting it into the shell?
Yes.
You got it. You see the seashell itself having that steady green glow all of a sudden seems to glow in what is supposed to be its true form, as you see the emerald change to sapphire. That is going to be useful, but that is not the answer here.
Yeah. So Gwen's just
The shell feels very cold in your hand.
I think I'm gonna kind of wrap my hand. I still have my bandages even though I'm not wearing them anymore. It's gonna kind of wrap.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah.
I will do what Gwen asked and help push her in and give her guidance as I do it.
Okay.
Push the statue into place and give her guidance as I do it.
Are you
I think
pushing
need to get
her
wet.
or the statue?
The pedestal?
Okay, cool.
Right.
This is a little bit of a trick, so I'm going to say roll me a strength saving throw, or excuse me, an athletics check with disadvantage. You're in a weird sort of spot to do that. Not impossible. It might be impossible for Siobhan. I don't know, but
that's not bad. And I guidance no, because I said I was giving her guidance. That's a 14.
14. You no luck. You do feel like you would have better leverage in the water.
She's gonna jump in and push it.
Okay.
I think with that 5-foot cube around her so she's not getting wet.
Okay.
Like basically
Interesting.
He's
of
Mosesing.
know a
He's
part of
Mosesing.
it. Moses,
Moses
yes.
doing things.
You're Mosesing it. I love that. I think that works.
Awesome.
Awesome.
As you like, I think this happens in split seconds or a difference. Like you're like Siobhan's like, all right, and you just jump in as I was like, wait, no, fuck, no, and you just like, and the water just
I love that.
moves out around. It's only 3 feet deep, so yeah, absolutely, you're able to kind of separate that out. Siobhan, as you're able to, I'm not going to make you roll over and over again. You're able to push Gwyn into the center. Not all of these columns have lined up yet.
I'm gonna keep going around and pushing.
You got it. Yeah, you're in the perfect sort of space of like you're not taking cold damage because you are not in the water. Fantastic. So I would say it's going to take all of you like role play wise because we have like or at least a good amount of you because some of you like from your position, Siobhan, you're not going to be able to see where to go.
Oh yeah, I'm
on
gonna
this.
need them all to give me directions.
Right. So Gwyn, you're able to kind of like fly up. I know you're standing on the column now, but I'll tell you just above board, you can fly up and then return to your position.
I'll return to it after like the last one in place and everything.
Alistair, I think you're by the door, like looking at the diagram and looking back at what's going on.
Yeah. I go take a look at the diagram so that I have it in my head too. And from aerial view between me and Yori, I bet we can get them in.
You got it.
I could give each one of you copies of it using my artificer tinkering.
Right. Yes, you can.
You can make little designs.
Yeah. So we have the blueprint right in front of us. Love it.
I still have my notebook out, and I've drawn a picture of it in the notebook.
Okay.
Gwen has just given you the biggest smile. Like you are right on this whole research assistant. You're doing great.
Yori, you feel a weird sort of slight sense of warmth that doesn't mechanically help you here. But it does feel like a little warm as you turn to the source and you see this just possum kind of like sitting in this gyroscoping ball as you see Cutter over it, just trying to get you warm, man.
I think I fly over to it and kind of like put my hands out, just that like,
yes.
Cutter?
Yeah.
I don't know what this is, but it's warm. You okay there, buddy?
I think you see it open its mouth, just as it maneuvering.
It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, you see, I mean, like Gutter's kind of, he's calmed down a little bit, but there's a look of concern here. Again, in the realm of like, all right, they're coming, they're going to rescue me. They're going to handle whatever's going on here and bust through it like it's nothing. They understand exactly. And then realizing like, oh no, you guys are as clueless as whatever the last group was.
Boy.
But he's dealing with it. So you guys maneuver those columns into place, recognizing them as the highest height would make the biggest ripple, and eventually these are going to connect to be able to make the shape. So you're maneuvering everything into place, and finally, Gwen, you go directly into the center. What do you do?
Well, I think she knows she needs to drip, so she's going to get wet first and then stand on the column.
You got it. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Great at those.
You have
Actually,
guidance.
Bad. Guidance is just ability checks,
A
isn't it?
D4.
I don't think it's saving
it
throws,
is ability checks. Yeah, sorry.
That is a 15.
15. Just makes a DC as you kind of stick your hand in and you feel it kind of pull back, and you're resistant to cold, right?
Yeah.
So you're kind of like competing against the idea of like, this is just cold water, and you stick your hand in and you feel in the idea that someone who is resistant to cold, you feel this is something more. There is something that is heavier here. This is magic.
Yeah.
But you're able to pull your hand out. You are not having to. You're not taking any physical damage here on this, as you're able to just make that save. Yoi, roll me a luck check. What is it? 5?
Yeah.
Okay. Make a Constitution saving throw, DC 25 now.
Oh my god.
That one should be easy. 16 plus my D4. Let's see if I can get from 16 to 25 with a D4. No. 19.
You take 7 points of cold damage just as that last drop. That was a luck check to see if this happens before you have to suffer from it. As this last drop falls in slow motion, drops down. You hear a as the wall seems to come down, and you see all of the blue starts to make waves and moves towards the next thing. The flow, the current, everything all around you. You see the bluish sapphire now glows and seems to. You're not sure if it is literally liquid or not, but it seems to make that movement as if it's all going to one direction. You're able to move forward, and with that, we will end tonight's session.
Cool.
I guess. See you next week.